He's now free to sign with any team.
You know what stinks about this, though? Because I know Brandon. He's a great dude. And because of the accusations and all that, he ends up looking like a bad guy for a period of time. It's very seldom that people recognize that, oh, yeah, actually nothing was wrong. Nothing really happened.
Yeah,
that stinks,
but he's unemployed.
Right.
You know? Yeah. He would be employed.
He got the label, and now that gets more of the coverage than the fact that, there was nothing to really go with there.
Guilty until proven innocent. That's what they say.
Yeah.
Huh?
It's messed up, man.
Good for you. Good luck to you, though, man.
Good kicker, too.
Hopefully it works out for you.
So maybe you'll get another opportunity there. But good job, Mason Rudolph, man. While you're over there, put in work. Do what you got to do, man.
South Beach, baby. Bad boys. Take that. Take that.
The other day, the show and I were introduced to the coolest walkie-talkies, Rapid Radios. That's right, Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk devices that provide clear contact nationwide on an LTE network. 100% private and perfect for small business owners to connect with staff. No subscriptions or monthly fees. Visit rapidradios.com.
For a limited time, rapidradios.com, and you get up to 60% off. It's free UPS shipping from Michigan, plus a free protection bag. Add code radio, and you'll get an extra 5%.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Kansas City. Are you ready for October baseball?
Breaking ball hit high in the air, deep to the left field corner. Green races back. He's out of the track. He looks up. It's out of here. Bobby Witt Jr. Grand slam. 3-2 from Ursig. Here it comes. And a swing and a miss, and he struck him out. Lucas Ursig strikes out Gallo. The Royals hang on.
Catch the postseason play-by-play right here on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
You could be on the 50 at GEHA Field for the official coin toss at a Chiefs home game this season. Enter to win at Chiefs.com/GEHA. GEHA is the proud partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
Our Labor Day savings start now at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on Valspar Reserve or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Infinity or Showcase Interior Paint via Lowe's gift card rebate. Whether you're painting one accent wall or want to freshen up a whole room, we've got you covered. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Valid through 9/4.
It's gonna be fun welcoming Derek Carr and his eyeshadow back into Arrowhead on Monday Night Football.
Carr's got second and 11 from his own 25. Chiefs lead 24-0. Carr already 2 picks. He'll be sacked this time. Not a fair fight. Stone cold. Chris Jones, Sack Nation, shows up and pulls down Carr.
Listen to the Chiefs and Saints Monday night right here on your new home for Chiefs football.
Let's go Chiefs.
96.5 The Fan. Congratulations, Royals fans. The boys in blue are headed to the postseason. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey Sports Station.
We're where you want to be. Baseball with the Royals. If you want to be
having a great time,
you want to be
loving the fun,
you want to see all of the excitement, this is the place and we're the one. If you want to be yelling like crazy for the guys you love to see, come on out and join us, this is the place you want to be. We're where you want to be. Baseball with the Royals. We're where you want to be. Baseball with the Royals.
if you want to see
The best of the big leagues.
you want to be
Loving the day. Come share the excitement of the stolen bases and double plays.
this is where it happens. Come on and see.
For the very best in baseball, this is the place you want to be. We're where you want to be. Baseball with the Royals.
That's right, baby. That's right. 6 o'clock on the dot
There
here
it
on
is.
96.5 The Fan. God, I love that song, and it hits even like harder today.
It does so well whether they're good or bad. It's just the perfect song.
I don't want to hear that song when they lose 56, but I'll listen to it when they win 100 or 85, whatever the hell it is. They're in the playoffs.
Lose 106 and then switch it up around and you get into the playoffs, and baseball with the Royals is just music to everybody's ears today, I guess. As we get set for playoff baseball for the first time in 9 years, Dusty, I was spying on Baltimore a little bit yesterday and today, and this morning they were talking about this being a revenge series for the Orioles, right? Because we beat them in 2014, to which one of the hosts goes, Gunnar Henderson was 10. He has no idea about this being a revenge series, right?
I don't know what that means.
It has no bearing whatsoever. It's not a revenge series at all.
No.
It's 10 years ago when the Orioles and the Chiefs, the Royals played, and we had Jeremy Guthrie say these O's ain't royal and all that kind of stuff. And that was a lot of fun, back in the day. Baltimore becoming one of those kind of rival cities, I would imagine, for us right now. Like, they can't beat us in anything, right? They can't beat us in football. They can't beat us in baseball. You got to think it kind of sticks in their craw a little bit. And I feel good about this series, Dusty. I'm like, I just don't see why Baltimore's going to win a game. I think the Royals take the first two. We move on to New York.
Okay. All right.
Somebody's going to have to prove Baltimore to me, man. Like, seriously, like, I don't buy anything that they're selling right now.
Can we get to the game first?
Well, it's 3 o'clock. We only got a few hours. $25 tickets if you want to get to Baltimore today.
Because I feel like you got this like negative baseball vibe. And then we flip it on, and all of a sudden it's like, they're going to sweep, they're going to win, they're going to go to New York, they're going to win 4 more.
Yeah. No, I've got a negative baseball vibe because
you kind of been down.
Yeah, I am down a little bit.
Like,
I'm down on the
watching, no one cares.
They're not. I told you guys I woke up to 16 text messages this morning, not one asking about the Royals. I was out and about a lot yesterday. Everybody talking Chiefs. Nobody talking about the Royals. And
I just don't believe that.
I just want to know, is the interest level there?
I think that's your circle. And I think that when you get into just that and don't realize that there are other – I had 6 people text me, and 4 of them were Royals texts.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, I don't really know what that means. I think that there are more people interested in this game today, and more people are ready for this to happen than maybe most people think. Just because people want to know, like, what's wrong with Rashee Rice's knee doesn't also mean that they're like, well, what's going to happen? Baseball, we know what's going to happen. Like, we know how the game's going to start.
Mm-hmm.
Cole Reagan's going to pitch. Bobby Witt Jr. is going to hit second. And there's nothing we can do about it until it happens.
Right.
To say that nobody cares or nobody's watching, I don't believe that.
Because
I think this town is excited for baseball.
Yeah, I don't get that vibe. I just don't. Like Rally House didn't even have the gear for sale when they clinched. I mean, I got messages from people like, yeah, Rally House didn't really have anything. You just kind of had to go to the team store and
whatnot. The team store had it, and there was a line out the door, and they sold out of the hats.
Oh, good.
So, I mean, there's a side that's also not being told, because there are people buying merch. There are people that can't get merch because it's sold out. There's also people that are like, well, I want to see if they have the Kareem Hunt jersey up yet at number 29.
Right. Yes, there is.
That's the thing about it, is like, that's what this town is right now. Nobody's ever been in this situation. Like, no one's ever in this town in 40, 50 years has been a part of this town where you have a dominant football team and you have a very good baseball team, and at the same time, they're playing at the tops of their games that we've seen ever at the same time as two teams.
No question about it.
Have the Royals been better than the Chiefs? Absolutely. Have the Chiefs been better than the Royals? 1,000%. Have they ever both been relative nationwide and good? Never.
No, this really is the first time. No, I'm truly interested of where the interest level is as we head into the postseason. And I'm, the texts are starting to come in, and you guys can call in as well. I'd love to hear people call in today and kind of talk about where their interest level is going into the baseball. I think what also kind of takes the interest level down a little bit for people is that there's no home game in this first series. I think that has affected a lot of people as well. Go, wait a second here. We play 3 games on the road, and then if we win, we have the opportunity to play some home games beginning, I guess it would be Monday next week or Tuesday next week, if the Royals were to advance, which I think they are going to advance.
I doubt it would be Monday next week.
Well, it can't be Monday next week because I think they'll play Saturday, Sunday in New York, off day Monday, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday here in Kansas City. If I'm not mistaken, I could be totally mistaken. I haven't looked that far ahead on the schedule. And I think also, too, being on the road, the Bally situation not playing out the way that everybody wanted it to do, where the games aren't readily available on TV. 3 o'clock start for these next 3 games, I think, does impact that a lot. But I think if they get past this first round, maybe the interest level will pick up. But I'm genuinely curious of where people's interest level is going into the postseason right now for Royals baseball. And I'll read all your texts, take all your phone calls, do all that kind of stuff at 913-586-7965. I just, from being around and talking, and it could be my circle. I mean, I'm not saying I have more football fan friends than baseball fan friends, but I just feel like everybody's talking more about the Chiefs right now. And maybe at 3 o'clock, all of that changes. But I don't want to continue to go back to 10 years because we've changed so much in 10 years. But 10 years ago at this time, obviously the Chiefs weren't where they are right now. But, man, you couldn't go anywhere without people wanting to talk Royals baseball.
I think there's a couple of reasons for that. 2013, the Royals were kind of tuned up. This team came out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
This team won 56 games last year. This team is a playoff team this year. You very rarely, in a game of baseball where there is no salary cap and the rich continue to get richer, do you see things like this happen. Or if they do, actually, they don't. You don't see teams go from 56 wins to a playoff team in baseball.
Historic.
There's one.
Yep.
2013, there was a little bit of a vibe.
A little bit of a build, yeah.
There was also a very crappy football team.
Right. Yep.
So what did you have? You had a team that was showing you promise with a core group of guys.
And Andy Reid's first year was 2013, right?
That you got to see for the first time. Sal was finally getting called up in 2011.
Mm-hmm.
Hosmer got called up. Moose was there. Kane was kind of becoming a crowd favorite if he could stay healthy. In 2013, you got this preamped, hey, this could happen. Whereas everybody was like, oh, the Chiefs, they play at noon? Okay, I'm going to go play golf, whatever it is. They weren't that team.
Right.
10 years is a lot of time.
Yep.
It really is. And in that 10 years, the Royals would lose that core. They would break it all up in 2017, 2018.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2018, what happened? Patrick Mahomes became the starting quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs, and they haven't looked back since.
They have not looked back.
And since then, the Royals have drafted Bobby Witt Jr. They have put together a small core. And, oh, by the way, that catcher that hit the greatest hit in Royals franchise history in a wild card game 10 years ago yesterday is still there.
Mm-hmm.
And baseball has, in 10 years, completely diminished to the NFL superiority.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
It is a definite fact, man.
Baseball's on Prime, or NFL's on Prime, baseball's on Apple TV.
Right. I mean, and that's kind of really, where it is right now. With a lot of things right now, I see a lot of the text already starting to come in, and it does go back to that TV thing. And I was telling somebody last night about the NFL, versus baseball. I said the biggest difference is the TV. I mean, every game for your team in your town is on free TV for the NFL. You will never have to pay a dime. Literally will never have to pay 10 cents to watch the Kansas City Chiefs play a football game. And baseball has this model now where you have to pay for an app. And I feel like that app came at the time where people finally got to the point of, I'm over-apped. If this app came out 5, 6, 7 years ago when we were first kind of getting the Netflix apps and the Hulus and all this kind of stuff, I think the transition would have been a lot easier. But I think people feel like now with the TV product, Dusty, and I don't know if you guys feel this way, and Mac, like you're nickel and dimed with TV at this point in time,
I
right?
don't feel that way. I feel the way that if I want to watch my team play, I'm going to watch.
You're going to watch, and you're in that category, right? And that's kind of the category I am as well. I pay for all that kind of stuff because I'm sick and I'm crazy and whatnot. But there are people on the other side who are like, I'm just capped out. I'm not going to.
Those people buy stuff on Amazon every single day. They have a delivery at their front porch, but they can't pay $15 a month to watch something.
That's exactly
right. I pay
right.
for Red Zone. I pay for things that I want to watch.
Right.
It's what I want to do. If you don't watch because you're stubborn, that's on you.
That is on you.
And I don't want to hear about that today. I want to hear about why the Royals are in the playoffs and how it makes you feel. The hell with those people. That's not what today's about. Today's not about I can't watch because they're not on TV, damn it. That's not what today's about. Today's about a team that for the first time in 10 freaking years is in the playoffs. I don't care about what people aren't doing or if people are upset they played at 3 freaking o'clock. Guess what? They played the Houston Astros 10 years ago at 3 o'clock, and everybody watched the damn game. The Royals in the playoffs, baby. That's all that matters today. Stand up. Sold out of Rally House Independence gear. Damn, man.
Good.
Get positive.
Good.
I don't want to hear about ratings. I don't care. For one day, damn it, give me one damn day that I can have some fun because I sold myself on this cruise ship analogy and it paid off. I don't care about who's not watching. I don't care they're playing at 3 o'clock. What I care about is these boys in blue have Cole Reagans going on the damn pitching mound today in Baltimore, Maryland, and they're going for a damn win. That's what matters. I don't care if you didn't pay for Bally's. Watch ESPN2 today. I don't care if your friend Frank has got something better to do in Leawood, like pick his flowers, or he can't buy a damn hat because he can't go to Rally House. Turn the damn TV on today and get the love back in your soul. It's been 10 years. 10 years.
Let's see it, man. Let's hear from fans this morning, man. Call up and tell us how excited you are about this series, man. Let us know where you are on it. Let us know what you think about this series right now. Because even though I'm like, I think they're going to win. I watch Baltimore a lot this year because I like their TV announcers, and we'll have Ben McDonald on coming up at 7 o'clock. But I'm looking at the Baltimore team right now, and there's just nothing that jumps off the table that says the Royals can't win this thing. They should go out there a day like today with Cole Reagans on the mound, their ace pitcher, and they should absolutely go out there and beat these Baltimore Orioles. And this is what Baltimore is saying about our team.
Salvo Auto Parts with the same crew from 3 to 4, leading up the first pitch at 4:08 with the game right here on the Fan via ESPN Radio. Corbin Burns toes the rubber for the O's, while KC counters with Cole Reagans. Our postseason coverage is presented by Molly's Place.
Cole Reagans is pitching according to Baltimore radio. So the disrespect out of Baltimore for a guy who could have been a Cy Young Award winner is palpable this morning. They don't even know who's playing against them today. So go beat them in Baltimore today. Let's bring this thing to New York and start the ALDS, get some home games and get people fired up, right?
That's right. I'm already there. Mac Maury, Dusty like it's Bob Fescoe. This is Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Manning Roofing do an unbelievable job. They did it for us a couple of years ago when we had storm damage, and I said, man, we need a new roof. I called my friend Jimmy over at Manning Roofing. I'm like, hey, get out here and check out our roof. And he did. He looked at it and went, oh, my goodness, you guys need a new roof. We came out that same day, and we told you what you needed, and now it's time to put that new roof on your house. I said, great, let's get this project done. The other thing that separates Manning Roofing from me, not only because they have great people over there, Brian Manning and Jimmy and all my friends at Manning Roofing, but they also are a general contractor. So you're never going to have to use other companies to get the work done on your house. Because when you have a roof damage, you probably need gutters, you may need windows, you may need siding, you may need a lot of stuff that goes along with some of that hail damage that comes with it. Manning is a one-stop shop, a true general contractor. Another great thing about Manning is that they've done thousands of jobs right here in Kansas City. And I'll tell you what, they've never once been rejected by an insurance company. So get in touch with my friends over at Manning today. Even if you didn't use them and you have an insurance question, call Manning today. ManningGC.com is where you can set up your free consultation, or at 816-448-8208. That's 816-448-8208. Manning is my one-stop shop for roofs, gutters, siding, and windows. The choice is simple. It's Manning Roofing.
COVID-19 cases are on the rise, and peak flu season is almost here. Save time and get the updated COVID-19 vaccine and your flu shot at the same time at Hy-Vee. Schedule your updated COVID-19 vaccine and flu shot online today, or just stop by any Hy-Vee pharmacy whenever it's convenient for you. No appointment necessary. Plus, when you get your flu shot at Hy-Vee, earn a 20-cent fuel saver. Your Hy-Vee pharmacy is here to help you and your family stay healthy. Some restrictions apply.
The best of the best event at Peter's Clothiers is this Friday and Saturday only. Select from the best designers in the world, such as Samuelson, the best value in custom clothing. Also, custom Zegna cloth, the best fabric for sports coats. Come in to Peter's Clothiers, 124th and State Line.
This is an ad by BetterHelp Online Therapy. Hey everyone, it's Boomer Esiason. What's something that you've always wanted to learn? An instrument, a new language, how not to burn pasta. Whether it's big or small, imagine how great it would feel to finally do it. As kids, we're always learning and growing, but as adults, sometimes we lose that curiosity that made life feel so exciting. So it's easy to think that we are who we are and we can't change. But BetterHelp is here to tell you that it's never too late to be who you want to be. Therapy can help you reconnect with your sense of wonder because your back-to-school era can come at any age. BetterHelp makes it easy to get started with affordable phone, video, or live chat sessions you could do from anywhere, and the option to message your therapist between sessions if anything comes up. So why not rediscover possibility with BetterHelp? Visit BetterHelp.com/Boomer today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/Boomer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Using the Labor Day weekend to get some work done? We got you. Stop by any store to save on oil, fuel system cleaner, wipers, and more. Looking for an end of summer wash? We've got deals for that too. Don't want to leave the garage? Get same-day delivery on AutoZone.com. Do Labor Day your way by getting something done at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Ends Labor Day. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Our Labor Day savings start now at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on Valspar Reserve or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Infinity or Showcase Interior Paint via Lowe's gift card rebate. Whether you're painting one accent wall or want to freshen up a whole room, we've got you covered. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Valid through 9/4.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Renner Garage Door, RENNER, forward and back. On the Missouri side, checking the Cordell and Cordell No Delay Freeway, I-70 westbound, moving well. Trip from 470 into downtown is 15 minutes. Whether you need a new Smart LiftMaster opener, service, repair, or brand new garage door, Renner Garage Door has you covered. Locally owned, top rated, RENNER, forward and back. RennerDoor.com, touchdown Renner. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Back in on 96.5 The Fan. Dusty like it's Bob Fescoe back morning with you on a playoff Tuesday. Taco Tuesday.
It is Taco Tuesday too, baby.
Get laid Tuesday.
I love it, man.
Somebody on the 816, calm the hell down, Dusty. Someone needs laid.
Is that what people go to all the time? Like, it's crazy. It's because somebody has some passion doesn't mean they're looking for some.
I feel like I need laid less. Doing pretty well.
Good, man.
I don't know. night.
Okay, so we're going to Jefferson's to watch the game today. They have tacos on the menu. But can you get like wing tacos? Like take the meat of the wing off the bone, place that in a shell, a little cabbage, a little pico, a little guac, and call it like a wing taco?
If you're paying for labor.
Hey, you do it yourself. You order the wings, you order some tortilla shells, you strip the meat off the bone, slap it in the shell, and eat it. That sounds good to me.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
That's right.
The Waco.
What'd you say?
The Waco.
The Waco.
The wing taco.
Oh, the wing taco. I like that. All right. All right. Yeah. All right.
You sounded confused.
No, I did. Like I was just thinking Waco, like walking taco, like you combine the two or something like that, you know?
Yeah. Royals 338, Josh Vernier 230, I believe.
I thought today was 3.
308. Tomorrow's 3:30. So
yeah.
Vern's at 2 o'clock today. Sorry, I got my notes wrong. Vern will join the show again today. Danon Hughes in about 5 minutes will join us, the Iowa Hawkeye, not Buckeye.
Hawkeyes, Buckeyes this weekend, baby. Big one.
That should be like, what, 35-3?
I would imagine. I don't know that Iowa can score 3. I'm not sure that they can get 3 points.
All right. Justine in Gladstone joins our show this morning. Go ahead, Justine.
Oh, man, Dusty, don't calm down. Don't calm down.
Okay.
I started my car up. I'm headed into work this morning. I'm going to get off early and so I can watch some Royals baseball. And I was like, man, fired up. And nobody's fired up. They should be, because it is exciting. And we are going to Baltimore. We're going to win it, and it's going to be an amazing week. And we're just going to keep rolling. And I was super excited to hear the energy this morning. So anyone that tells you to calm down, they need to fire up.
That's right, Justine.
Justine, thank you for the phone call. Enjoy work today and getting out early.
That's right.
I mean, that's the way to do it, right? Get up a little bit early, go in a couple hours early so you can get off a little bit early and go watch the baseball game this afternoon.
That's right. There you go.
Come over to Jefferson's in Lenexa.
I mean, I bet somebody's boss would be all right with it. Plus, like, you know, you got to have some sort of vacation day left. Or just go, like, you know, give yourself a bloody nose and get it all over your clothes, and then you have to go home.
Or just say you're tired and you want to leave. You need some time off.
That's actually a true story. Yeah. I used to punch myself in the nose.
No, you didn't.
I did it twice.
Wow.
Yeah. That's dead serious.
Where were you working at that point in time? Was that nights here when you were doing like...
No. No, it was when I produced for certain hosts. I had a job in high school as a sophomore. I was a bagger at Price Chopper.
Oh, yeah.
And I, you know, some days I just wasn't feeling it, and I had just like, I knew all I had to do was like nick my, like the bridge of my, you know how if you get like a bloody nose, you like barely like, you know, and I'd do that, and then I would just all over the shirt, and I'd come out back, something happened.
Right.
And they're like, oh my God.
You need to go home.
Like, we can't have you here. There's food. I'm like, all right, I'll get home safe.
Did they pay you for those hours?
No.
I
clocked out and left. Wasn't about it that time. I needed like $50 a week to pay my cell phone in a month, so like it was fine.
Yeah.
But there was just like a Saturday. I just wasn't feeling it. I was like, you know what?
I want to go home.
It wasn't like I knocked myself out. It wasn't like liar in the bathroom, like kicking my own ass. But oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we all had those jobs at the grocery store, right? I mean, like but you learn some of the great life lessons working at the grocery store.
Yeah, don't let power go to your head.
Yeah, there is that.
Customer service lady's like, you used to sack groceries. I know that, Brittany.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a B to me because you are a customer service person.
Right.
Stand up straight. Oh,
okay.
What?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I know there's cake back there.
The reason I bag my own groceries every time is because I worked at a grocery store. And there was nothing more than I hated than Karen standing there watching you ring everything up, literally not lifting a finger, and then you have to bag everything. Meanwhile, the line is going down the aisle because Karen refuses. And then by the time you bag everything, she still doesn't have her checkbook out. No. And so that was back in the day when people would write checks, and then you'd be waiting on Karen to write her check because it should have been pre-written before she got into the line. But, you know, it's her world, and we're just living in it.
Yeah.
I used to put the bread on the bottom of stuff when people would do that.
I just remember asking people, paper or plastic? And they'd have those little sidekicks in their ear.
Oh, God, yes. The douche tooth. Yeah.
You couldn't see it.
Yeah.
And you'd hear like a, I'd be like, okay.
All right.
It's plastic.
Right.
I wanted paper, and I would just open up the paper sack and put the plastic sack in there. Oh, yeah. I'm like, there you go. They'd be like, okay. I'm like, sorry, man. You said yes when I asked you. Either way.
But that's being rude. You're on your damn phone. I'm trying to figure this thing out.
Yeah, they threw us millennials through a warp.
Yeah.
They gave us online classes. They gave us online teachers. Bluetooth in your ear.
Oh, God, yes. The Bluetooth in your ear guy. That's why I call it a douche tooth. You're walking, excuse me.
Yeah. Someone says you don't have to punch yourself in the nose. Just tell your boss you got the bubble guts, and they'll typically won't question you.
I got that.
You can only use that one so many times.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's a one time, a year, twice a year type of thing, right?
Hey, man, I can't come into work today. Why? Just, you don't want to know.
I got some bad apples here.
Chipotle. Speaking of good apples, Dayton Hughes will join our show now. We have his little open. Let's fire it up.
You hear him on game days in the booth.
Quickly, they get chunky and funky with stretching the fields vertically.
And Thursday nights at 6 during Players Only.
Spitfire, hot fire take.
Here's Chiefs Radio Network color analyst Dayton Hughes on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
That's right. Our guy from Iowa, Kansas City Chiefs legend, Dayton Hughes, brought to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City. Discover the benefit of blue. Now we get the truth from Dayton. How are you on this playoff Tuesday, buddy?
I am absolutely phenomenal. Obviously, you guys know I'm a big baseball guy, so this is right down my alley to be able to celebrate a playoff run by our Royals and to get all the blue on and celebrate and be participating in these 3 games, and hopefully they can squeeze it out. I do have a problem with the MLB because although I do understand the wild card, obviously one of the greats, you guys have heard me say it, one of the great days of sports fandom in my life was that wild card game against the Oakland A's.
Mm-hmm.
It was a 1-game wild card, and we won. When they went to 3 games, how the MLB decided not to give at least one home game to the other team, this baffles me. I mean, I understand they're playing 3 straight days, but to me, you make it all the way to the wild card / playoffs, postseason, whichever way you want to call it, and not be able to grant the fan base at least one game of that series at their home base just doesn't make sense to me. So I do have a gripe about that, but other than that, I'm amped up.
Well, but that's what it like Major League Baseball. How were they supposed to do that? With travel and all that kind of stuff. And in this day and age, Dana, where we condense everything into a nice little package, if you were to have a game in Baltimore today, then you'd have to have an off day tomorrow, then a game in Kansas City on whatever, then another off day, and then we're talking, you're spilling into next week. They're trying to condense it. Which would you rather have as a player, the best of 3 on the road or a 1-game playoff?
I actually like the 1 game.
Okay.
But at the same time, I mean, to go against your argument, they do it in the NBA.
Yeah, but they usually do 2, 3, 2 or something like that. It's never like a 1, 1, 1, 1 until like you get towards the end, I think.
Yeah, I mean, but they did have series, I want to say several years ago. I think they changed it when Shaq and the Lakers got ousted early because they wanted to make sure big market teams had more opportunities. But I just think that if you go, especially in the game of baseball, I mean, basketball, 82 games, baseball, 162 games, you get to a point where if you're a wild card team, that means you probably did some damage towards the end of the season. You made some magic happen. You probably got your best fan base out there because things were on the line. And then to not grant them at least 1 game. I get the condensed factor, but I just think that every team that is not packing up their bags and packing up their lockers should experience on their home turf at least 1 game in the postseason.
No, I agree with you on that. Like, it's just weird, and I think that's having an impact too on a lot of fans. Go, wait, we don't get a home game in all of this? Like, what the hell? We got to win a series to get a home game when we won. Like, if you're going to have 162 games, which is another topic for another day, and then you're going to have the playoff series, and then everybody who gets in the playoffs, you just ran this marathon, you got in, you placed, and all that kind of stuff, and then there's no medal at the end, basically. I mean, you've got to go then win more games to get yourself a home playoff game.
And then to stagger them for 3:00 games, like we wanted to do a neighborhood watch party, and people were like, man, I got to work and stuff like that. So, I mean,
right.
This is all, this is like the Chargers fans talking about the refs. So I don't want to sound like that guy. I don't want to be that guy that wants to complain up and down. I'm proud of the Royals. I'm happy as a baseball fan. I'm looking forward to supporting them these, hopefully, 2 games, maybe 3.
All right, what are we doing at wide receiver there, Danon?
We are praying. We are praying at the wide receiver position, not because there's not depth, but because there's just not – we haven't seen the playmaking ability, consistent playmaking ability of Rashee Rice, and who is somebody waiting in the wings to be able to assume that role. I know there's been some chatter. Mitch was on the air with Carrington yesterday talking about Nico Remigio, and I've been that guy. I've been the guy that's been on practice squad waiting for an opportunity to for somebody to tap their right arm and me come out of the bullpen. Like, I've been that guy. So I understand that you can go from rags to riches or from the basement to the penthouse based on your role. But I'm just saddened by the Rashee Rice deal. And I want to give him credit for putting his body, his livelihood, his career on the line for a play that was an errant throw, and you give credit to Patrick for trying to chase down and be a part of the tackle. But Rashee Rice, the way he hustled back, dislodged the ball, I still disagree with that whole the referees and their stance on how the Chargers got the ball on that possession, because Creed Humphrey came out of that pile with the ball. We were going back and forth on the broadcast about it, and I still don't understand. I get, Wanye Morris touched the ball, but there were 3 other people that touching the ball as well. So that's a whole different story as far as the rules and the application of the rules. But from a wide receiver standpoint, I'm just saddened because Rashee Rice had such a phenomenal year last year. He had, once the legal things were put on the back burner, until next year, I was just hoping that he'd be able to capitalize on being able to exhale and just play football and not worry about that through this 2024 season. It's unfortunate, but heck, if we can win a Super Bowl after the drops that we experienced, the revolving door of receivers that we experienced last year, I believe we can definitely overcome this, but it's a huge blow.
Yeah, it was a huge blow, and they lost Pacheco, too. And you mentioned Kareem Hunt was back. He looked like he was doing all right. You could also go get a former Chiefs player and bring him to the team, too. I mean, I'm sure Tyreek Hill would come back. Wouldn't you think so? I'm serious.
Well, the way they played last night, I'm sure he's probably hoping that somebody would trade for him. But, that's the game of that's the game of football. That's where it is. It's next man up mentality like no other sport. And guys, and I spoke about this during the broadcast, guys, where, we live in a mindset of high school and college and the assumption that the second guy on a depth chart is significantly worse than the first guy. And that's just not the case. Like, it's just about opportunity at the NFL level. And so these receivers, we may not know much about Nico Remigio. We may have only seen a sample size on the preseason. He had an opportunity to make some big plays, and then he, dropped a couple of passes, and we just think, okay, he's just relegated to practice squad, and that's as good as he's going to be. When in reality, there have been some great players that have come from practice squads that have been undrafted free agents and, heck, are in the Hall of Fame just based on opportunity. So I'm not going to sit here and think that, we are going to be significantly worse at the wide receiver position because we have to go down the depth chart a significant level. I mean, Sky Moore, he had an opportunity on Sunday, and he didn't make the best of it, but I think that he can be a guy. He has to just believe in himself, and that's where it's pretty much between the ears, because you don't get drafted in his position. You don't obviously be on a team and be a part of multiple Super Bowls without having the ability. It's just really between your ears, and once you get out of your own way, then you become the viable player that Brett Veach and the scouting department thought he was in drafting him in that position. So to me, like, there are guys that are going to assume the role, whether Xavier Worthy or Juju, whomever. and it's going to be a magical season no matter what.
Do you think they need Danon to go out and make a move for a wide receiver? Or do you think they have enough in-house where they don't have to go and, make a huge trade to satisfy all of us that want to see a move?
Well, what I heard yesterday in regards to the draft capital that we have as far as positions for next year and the year after might open the door for us to roll the dice on a trade. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I don't think there's any problem ever with having depth. And depth, maybe trading for a guy that has had some mileage in the NFL where there's some dependability. The only concern that I have is how intricate and how complex this offense is and how Patrick Mahomes, heck, we're seeing it with the Jets and Aaron Rodgers, but how Patrick Mahomes and having that relationship as a wide receiver, like it stems from OTAs and when he flies guys down to Texas and going through training camp and going through the preseason for him to garner the trust, first and foremost, of a receiver, and then for those guys to be on the same page. Take some time. So, we haven't really seen a guy that comes into this offense as a wide receiver on short period of time and is asked to play 50 plays at wide receiver or 40 plays at wide receiver and be in good continuity with Patrick Mahomes. That just hasn't happened. So that's the concern that I have, is that if we use up any kind of draft capital to get somebody, how quickly are those guys going to be able to get acclimated to the offense, to the verbiage, and how much are we going to have to dumb down the offense just to allow them to be comfortable with all the shifts and motions and audibles, etc. That's the concern for me. If we were in this situation and we're talking about trading for a wide receiver back in, April, then I'll be like, oh, go for it. Let's use some of the draft capital and get more depth. Who knows? We could be one injury away from, not having a viable wide receiving core. So let's do it. But that's not the case.
When you look at this team that they play against this Monday night, the New Orleans Saints doing pretty well this year in the NFC South. I already played the Atlanta Falcons this past week or 2 weeks ago. What do you see with this New Orleans Saints team matching up against the Kansas City Chiefs team?
Well, it's funny because we just talked about Rashee Rice and where we are as a wide receiving core in regards to being depleted, but they're a wounded team, a wounded mentally team, probably emotionally as well. Losing 2 games the way they did against the Eagles and then this past week, they're a team that has struggled to figure out how to win those close games. And one of the big attributes for us as Chiefs fans and what we've become accustomed to, even though there's probably a lot of heart attack medicine that's being taken on Sundays, that we know how to win close games and other teams don't. Perfect example is the Chargers. Brendan Staley would probably still be the head coach in LA/San Diego had he learned how to not go for it so many times on fourth down and win close games, specifically against us. So the Saints are kind of in the same boat right now where they've found ways to lose close games, and that's got to be frustrating, and they got to wonder about the identity of their team coming into GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium, especially on a Monday night. Now, Derek Carr has been here. Obviously, the Honey Badger has been here. Not many other players on that team have probably played at this, in this venue with the stakes as high as they are, where they can go sub 500 and playing against the defending Super Bowl champs. It should be a fun night, though. I think they're a good team, but good teams still got to learn how to win close games.
All right, so can they win this game on the heels of their defense, the Chiefs, because they're playing outstanding defense, not just this year, but for the last 25 games or so?
Absolutely. I think we can look back at this team at the end of the season, just like we did last year, and say we had the best player in football, and we're talking about the opposite side of the ball. And that's really what it comes down to, is that we can be a team that even with the best tight end to ever play the game, the best quarterback to play the game, that we can be, our identity can be shutting down teams from a defensive standpoint. And even with that firepower on offense, that's going to be cool. I think that's kind of a cool addendum to the story of a three-peat run, is that yeah, we'll look back in 20 years and say Patrick Mahomes was the greatest quarterback ever. But guess what? 2 of his 3 in a row Super Bowls were orchestrated or the defense was the one that came through in the clutch. It wasn't that he played badly. It was just that the defense really, really played good. And I think that's a credit to Steve Spagnuolo. It's a credit to the complementary aspect of this team. Like, you want to have a team that's good in all 3 phases, not just dominant in one and then hopeful in the others. And that's what we got now.
All right, Dayton. Well, we appreciate the time. Enjoy this game today at 3:38 Central Time, and we'll go for hopefully another week of talking baseball and football at the same time on a Tuesday morning.
Yes, let's do it. Go Royals.
There you go, sir. Thank you for the time. Dayton Hughes there, brought to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City. Discover the benefit of blue. He kind of thinks we keep it in-house.
Yeah, kind of does.
That's the vibe I got.
It's funny how, as sports fans, we never want to keep it in-house. We always want to think the grass is greener, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere else. Oh, there's somebody better out there. And
Right.
look, I don't know if DeAndre Hopkins is that answer, but, I was kind of rooting for Tennessee to lose another game last night to make him more readily
Tyreek Hill
available.
lost.
Tyreek Hill is very available. We'll get to his comments coming up and whether or not we want Tyreek Hill here in Kansas City because, I mean
why not?
People are asking, like, for DeAndre Hopkins, and you and I are like, the hell with it, man. It's a three-peat. Go for the gusto.
Peter Schrager said Cooper Kupp, and nobody freaked out. Say Tyreek Hill, and it's like the world's on fire.
I know, right? Like, why not Tyreek Hill at this point in time? You already brought Kareem Hunt back. Like,
that's right.
The lure and the draw of this three-peat is bigger than any of us can even put into words for this organization. Yeah. And it's not about Mahomes. It's not about Jones. It's not about Kelsey per se. If they go ahead and win the three-peat, it's all about the Kansas City Chiefs. Years later, nobody will talk about the players, right? We'll talk about the team that three-peated. You don't talk about much besides Jordan and Pippen off of those Bulls teams, but those Bulls teams three-peated twice, right? They have 2 three-peats. 10 years from now, if the Chiefs end up doing this three-peat, people are going to talk about the Chiefs three-peating, the Chiefs three-peating, the Chiefs three-peating. And you know what? That's great for the Hunt family, right? So at this point in time, what the hell? Call Miami and ask about Tyreek Hill.
Speaking of peating, we did lose a Pete yesterday. Pete Rose passed away. We'll talk about that, plus the Mets and Braves game that was so randomly awkward yesterday. I'm Dusty Likens, Mac Morty, Bob Fescoe. You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty in the morning on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, man, if you're looking for something awesome to do with the family or on a date or with your friends or with work or for a charity event, Foaling Warehouse has it all for you. This is incredible. It has been open for about a year now, and everybody is raving about the fun that they have at Foaling. It is football plus bar plus bowling, and that equals Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. You can come take your shot at KC's funkiest sports entertainment venue off of 435 and State Line. And you're thinking to yourself, Foaling, what the heck is that, Bob? Well, it's bowling pins that are set up just like you're going to bowl. And instead of a bowling ball, you're throwing a football back and forth, knocking down all of those pins. Hit the center pin all by itself. The bonk horn goes off. Everybody celebrates and has a great time. It is a fun game. It is an addictive game. And if you throw underhand, chances are you're going to win that game. So you got to get out to Foaling and check this out, right? It's located at 435 and State Line. They have a world-class bar, and you can bring your own food. So if you're throwing a party, bring your own pizzas, bring your own sandwiches, bring your own barbecue, whatever it is that you want, you can BYOF at Foaling. So check them out at 435 and State Line and reserve a lane at FoalingKC.com. That's FoalingKC.com and get your foal on.
Hi. This weekly football recap is brought to you by MD Anderson Cancer Center.
Minnesota and Kansas City both extended their winning streaks on Sunday, earning them 4-0 records so far this season. Both teams earned on-the-road victories, with Minnesota winning 31-29 against Green Bay and KC taking a 17-10 victory over Los Angeles.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is doing whatever it takes in the pursuit of making cancer history. Learn more at findyourmdanderson.com.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again ranked #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News & World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancers in a day than many see in their whole career. This unmatched depth of expertise, combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Brought to you by Blue KC is the Coaches with Character program. Do you know a rock star high school coach in your district? Nominate them for the Blue KC Coaches with Character program at bluekc.com/nominate coaches with character. Let's make our coaches feel special and make our community a better place to live, work, and play.
The best of the best event at Peter's Clothiers is this Friday and Saturday only. Select from the best designers in the world, such as Samuelson, the best value in custom clothing. Also, custom Zania cloth, the best fabric for sports coats. Come in to Peter's Clothiers, 124th and State Line.
When it comes to financial goals, everyone has that one thing you want to accomplish. Raise your credit score, give your kitchen a well-deserved glow-up, or eliminate credit card debt. At Main Street Credit Union, your main thing, well, that's our thing. It's what we're passionate about, helping you achieve your main thing. So bring us your wants, your needs, and your goals. We'll provide you with the tools to achieve them. Go to mainstreetcu.org for more information.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
Our Labor Day savings start now at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on Valspar Reserve or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Infinity or Showcase Interior Paint via Lowe's gift card rebate. Whether you're painting one accent wall or want to freshen up a whole room, we've got you covered. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Valid through 9/4.
When Google Fiber first launched 1 gig internet right here in Kansas City, it cost $70. Cut to today. Over 10 years later, 1 gig internet still costs the same, $70. That's what you get with Google Fiber. Fast, reliable internet with simple, straightforward monthly billing. No data caps, no annual contracts, no hidden fees. Just a small local fee for the city on top of your flat, predictable price. Go beyond good enough. Go beyond fiber. Sign up today at fiber.google.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Peter's Clothiers on the Missouri side, 49 northbound, slow rolling through Belton as you make your way from Cass Parkway up past 163rd Street. Things a little extra heavy in through there right now as we check that slowdown for Cordell and Cordell. The best of the best event at Peter's Clothiers is this Friday and Saturday only. Select from the best designers in the world, such as Samuelson, the best value in custom clothing, to Cloth by Zana, the best fabric for sports coats. Come into Peter's Clothiers, 124th and State Line. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Welcome back into Fescoe and Dusty here on 96.5 The Fan. Mac Morey with you as well.
Hi, Mac.
Good morning.
How are you?
Doing great. Ready for some Royals playoff
Imagine
baseball,
if your parents named you after a PC, you'd be called PC instead of Mac.
Do you know my full name?
Malachi.
Wow, that was good. It was
I did my research.
Oh,
Malaki. Okay.
That's good.
All right.
Didn't expect that.
Well,
Impressed.
Macalaki Culkin.
What?
Just kind of hit me in the head there. It's like,
I do like that. Yeah.
That's good.
Maliki.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
What kind of name is that?
It's Irish. It's the
Irish?
version
Are you
of Malachi.
Irish?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I would hope so.
Well, I don't know. Some people.
Norwegian, actually. We just gave you an Irish name.
I mean,
screw it.
I don't know. Maybe just like the name. I don't know. Just go with it. You don't have to be Irish to have an Irish name, if you will.
He's like 90% Irish. No one's that Irish. To quote Theo Vaughn.
So I just read this to you in break.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just viewing this totally wrong from everything. And there is that possibility. Again, I still haven't had somebody convince me otherwise. I look at the power rankings of baseball according to Yahoo this morning because I'm starving for baseball information and trying to get some of this stuff. Something you got to seek this stuff out about the NFL. They throw it at you, right? Baseball, you got to do your homework. And they have the Royals ranked 12th out of 12 teams in their power rankings going into the playoffs. And I asked you, I go, what am I missing here? Why do people not think the Royals are a good team entering the playoffs from a national perspective? And I talked to baseball people yesterday. I've talked to people at ESPN. Like, we're going to talk to Ben McDonald coming up in 10 minutes, Orioles announcer. Maybe he can, what am I missing? Like, if you have good starting pitching in baseball, you can win and go a very long way in the postseason because runs are at a premium right now. Correct me if I'm wrong, but having Reagans, having Lugo, and having Watka at the top of your rotation, that's a hell of a threesome at the top of your rotation, isn't it? Like, what am I missing with this team right now?
Well, I would try to talk you down a little bit just to play the other side.
Yeah, but you don't have to.
Yeah, but how many playoff games has Reagan been in?
None.
Right?
Yeah.
When's the last time you've seen Lugo pitch as a starter in the playoffs?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Michael Watkins on the other side of 30.
Right.
And your offense has Bobby Witt Jr. and Salvador Perez.
Right.
I think that's the way they look at it.
All right.
Now, we're fortunate enough, like, we know who these guys are, so that when they go into Baltimore, and Baltimore's like, well, we saw them in, like, early April, but their bullpen's the reason why they lost the game because that Will Smith guy, no, not the one that smacked Chris Rock, the other guy, completely different. That guy blew it for him a couple times. Like,
yes,
okay.
he did.
And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, but I bet you the real Orioles fans that are in there today going, boy, we got to get this one because if we don't get this one, we ain't winning the series. Because you got to think, okay, well, the Lugo guy, remember him? Like, he was going to start the All-Star game. Oh, yeah, okay. He's pitching tomorrow. It's like, yeah. So this Reagan's guy, why is he pitching first? Because he's technically better than that other guy.
Right.
Oh, so you're saying they're better than the national perspective? Yes.
Yes, they are.
I think the other problem is you take the 12 teams or whatever that are in the playoffs and just start doing the elimination. And is there any that you'd take over? Is there any that the Royals you immediately be like, oh, I take the Royals over that team?
I would
maybe Milwaukee.
I would say the Orioles.
Okay,
I would definitely say the Orioles.
Our postseason coverage is presented.
Oh, I got the wrong one there. Let me get that up here. Hang on.
Well, KC counters with Cole Raggins.
See, that's the Baltimore. Cole Raggins is being countered today, in Baltimore.
Raggins smash. Raggins smash.
Yes, you're like I hope Raggins goes out there now and smashes the Baltimore Orioles. But the other thing that I look at too
Ronald
is
Raggins.
I understand like Baltimore's maybe playing better in the last week of the season than the Royals have been playing. No question. They took 2 out of 3 from the Yankees. I think they went and swept Minnesota or whatever it was. Not that the Twins were any, but but the Orioles have not had a winning month since June. Their batting averages are way down. They don't play that well at home. Their starting pitching, other than Corbin Burns, who was going today, I don't know, matches up with what the Royals have. And you bring up the bullpen, Dusty. You're right. That's how that first series ended because I distinctly remember exactly where I was sitting listening to Will Smith blow 2 straight games. Like, oh, my God, this guy stinks. Get him out of here. But that was April. Like, that's ancient history to right now. And so I'm just having – and maybe it's biasness or maybe it's because we watched this team all season long and we know how good the starting pitching is. But I'm going to have somebody seriously convince me that the Orioles are a much better team than the Royals right now because I'm just not buying it.
Well, KC counters with Cole Raggins.
And that Cole Raggins, he'll go today. It's Reagans. Plus 136, Royals money line. Baltimore minus 162.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge advantage, for the Baltimore Orioles. And it's not just that. It's like the overall, odds to win the World Series. The Royals, other than the Tigers and Mets, are 22-1. Odds to win the pennant, the Royals are 9-1. The Tigers are 10-1. And then you look at the wild card round, And these odds that came out last night have the Royals at plus 160, which is the biggest underdog, tied with the Detroit Tigers going into this series. And it opened at plus 155. Current odds suggest the Orioles have a 64.3% likelihood of winning the series. And I just keep saying, why? Why? And I can't get a good answer from anybody that I've asked. Again, I've asked people that work in baseball, people that work at ESPN, just baseball fans in general. Like, why do you think Baltimore's the better team? And I can't get a concrete answer for anybody. So I don't know, man. I like the way that this shapes up for the Royals.
Someone from the 913 with an answer for you. You can text in 913-586-7965. He goes, it's not that hard, ... They've proven they can't hit.
All caps.
But you know what? You don't need to hit in the postseason. Like
see ball, hit ball. Pete Rose once said.
He did. Yeah, it's very simple in the postseason. Scratch out a couple of runs and ride the back of your starting pitching. And the Yankees have had bat after bat after bat after bat in that lineup, right? And then they get to the postseason and the bats wither. Look at what A-Rod does in the postseason or what he did in the postseason. Nothing. You win games in the postseason because of your pitching.
Yeah.
And I think right now the Royals have got a lockdown on that starting pitching. And I would use those guys for as long as you possibly can. There's no tomorrow if you lose. So you put Reagans out there for as many innings as he can possibly go, try to scratch out 1 or 2 runs and win this thing. That's the way I look at it.
They don't have the worst odds to win the World Series, though. Second worst, Detroit.
Oh, Detroit. Yeah,
Detroit is plus 2,800. The Royals are plus 2,500.
I got them at plus 3,100 before they clinched on Friday. So,
Good.
I mean,
Nice.
I like that.
While KC counters with Kohlragens.
That reminds me of the guy that's and boom goes dynamite.
Yeah, a little bit.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wayne Summers had the free throw, and then boom goes dynamite.
And you're right. It was Wayne Summers.
Oh, there's more than just those two in there. There's more than those two. Yeah, Wayne Simeon.
Yeah, God, you feel bad for that guy.
I mean, you found out
he's like selling advertising or insurance or something. Like, you can look him up. It's very spotty of where that guy is. He's not in TV.
He found that out quickly.
Yeah,
wasn't for him.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way you got to do it, man.
Passes the ball to the man.
I was it when I went to UCM. We had our digital media network group, and there were people
DMN.
like you had DMP. Yeah, you had to do like different positions in news.
Yeah,
every week. So 1 week you were a camera person. 1 week you were the talent. 1 week you were the producer, the director, all that.
Right.
And you found out real quickly who did not want to be talent.
Really, which is amazing because usually anybody who gets in wants to be on the air, wants to be a superstar.
And
right?
some people think they want that, and then they have to have that grown-up conversation with your professor who's like, "So I think you're a really, really good technical director as an anchor." And they're like, "Oh, okay." Or there's people like, "I think I want to do this," and then it's like, "And go," and it's like. And in other,
I'm out.
It's quick. It's
a lot of them make the networks.
I mean, maybe you never know
nowadays, right? Hey, sure, you got a pulse. Come on in.
There's one on right now.
Yeah.
Here till 10.
I do like.
I wish these cameras were 360. Speaking of cameras, you can check out our YouTube page. R.I.P. to Pete Rose. Had the over/under at 84. I'm kidding. That's too soon.
Casinos ordered their flags half staff across the country today.
I'm kidding.
I think they should lift the lifetime ban today in baseball. He's dead. The lifetime ban is technically over, right?
I mean,
are we gonna wear the 14 patch on the jerseys for the playoffs?
The Royals for the 10-year anniversary. Royals wear 14, but it's for the 10-year anniversary. Oh, that's cool. You did for Pete. Wait, Pete who?
Yeah, right.
Oh,
yeah. No, died yesterday. A shocking death. I don't know if it's
83?
shocking. 83. I don't know. If
shocking was the Dikembe Mutombo.
Dikembe Mutombo was shocking.
That to me was shocking.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I don't know if it's shocking. Like you didn't hear anything about Pete Rose or Dikembe. For that matter. I didn't know either was.
Dikembe kept it private. Which, I mean, I respect that. Like, if you're a famous person, like, what was the guy's name from Black Panther? When he passed away, I was like, what?
Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah, I was like, that guy died? They're like, yeah, he had like terminal illness. He just didn't want anybody to know. But I'm like, props to that.
Yeah, he had colon cancer. Get your colon screened, man. I promise you, get your colonoscopies done. I'll be a big advocate of that to the day I'm no longer on this earth. But you've got to get those colonoscopies done. It's easy to do. It's simple.
You can poo and sin now.
Yeah, well, you can. Yeah,
I don't know how accurate they are, but you don't have to necessarily go in to do it.
But you know what? Go in and do it. It's the best sleep you'll have for 20 minutes. Get it taken care of. Make sure you don't have any polyps. Get them out of there if you do, and live your life, man. There's too many people. I've known too many people people in their 40s that have passed away from colon cancer, that
No
left
doubt.
families, man. It's not a good thing. So get that thing screened. But, Pete Rose, it's going to be interesting to see if Major League Baseball, I know they released a statement yesterday, but if they are going to do anything, because they said lifetime ban. His lifetime is now over, and there's that old argument, should he be in the Hall of Fame? I personally don't think he should. I've known people that played for Pete Rose and heard stories about ways he would manipulate lineups and pitching and things like that, and people would always go, what's going on here? Then you find out the gambling thing took place. So I'm all for keeping him out of the Hall of Fame, but if you want to lift that lifetime ban, if you're Rob Manfred, by all means, go ahead and do it.
Normally Ben Maller on Thursdays. Today we have Ben McDonald on a Tuesday,
He
the
has a
Orioles
farm.
broadcaster. That's right. He'll join myself, Fescoe, and Mac on the other side on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens at 96.5 The Fan. You know me. I like to be loud, open, and honest. That's what I want to have a conversation about right now because it's one that merits that. Has erectile dysfunction caused a rift in your bedroom or relationship, or you might be a little insecure, fellas? It's fine if you are. It's okay to admit it. I admit a lot of things. But if you're not sure what you want to do or how to inquire about it, let me help you and worry no more because you can go to my friends at Heartland Men's Health. They can help you. When the pills or the herbals fail, they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Heartland Men's Health is successfully treating men in Kansas City. Schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today, and your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider and a T and PSA test. And if the test dose doesn't work, in the office, your visit is free. Feel free to go see my people at Heartland Men's Health. They have 3 locations that can serve you today. Overland Park, Kansas, Independence, Missouri, between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their new office in North Kansas City. Call them today at 844-447-6600 or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
The Chiefs, Cardinals, Royals, Blues, and our 2 soccer teams, the Current and St. Louis City SC, are all endorsing Amendment 2. Here's why you should support it too. Right now, Missouri sports fans are taking their money and placing their bets in Kansas and Illinois. We're losing our money to other states, money that could be invested in our schools. Amendment 2 fixes that. By legalizing sports betting, Amendment 2 will generate over $100 million for Missouri schools over the next 5 years. And there's a strong constitutional guarantee ensuring the revenue from sports betting will go to education. Kansas and Illinois know sports betting is a winner for their fans and taxpayers. It's time for Missouri to get into the game. Amendment 2 means over $100 million for Missouri schools. Join the Chiefs, Cardinals, Royals, Blues, Current, and St. Louis City SC in supporting Amendment 2. Paid for by Winning for Missouri Education, Mike Pridmore, Treasurer.
If you own or run a restaurant, I'm sure you'd rather it be known for its 5-star rating, not a 5-alarm fire. Keller Fire and Safety installs and services fire alarm systems, extinguishers, and kitchen hood suppression systems to keep your kitchen safer and better prepared to contain an emergency. Keller can handle any size project, with clients as large as Kauffman Stadium and as small as your local barbecue joint. Because charred, smoked, and blackened should only refer to menu items, not the rest of your restaurant.
Keller Fire and Safety. KellerFire.com.
Calling all Chiefs fans. You could be on the field at the 50 inside GEHA Field for the official coin toss at a Chiefs home game this season. Visit Chiefs.com/GEHA now. You can enter to win a chance to be on the field for the March to the Three-Peat. Plus, you can score other exclusive prizes. Enter for a chance to win at Chiefs.com/GEHA. GEHA is the proud partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Football and barbecue fans, score big with Johnny's Barbecue tailgate packages. Whether you're hosting a home gate or a tailgate, Johnny's Barbecue has you covered. Check out our tailgate packages at johnny'sbbqkc.com. Located in Olathe and serving all of KC. Johnny's Barbecue. Taste the smoke.
Chiefs coverage on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by award-winning Johnny's Barbecue in Olathe.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Renner Garage Door, RENNER, forward and back on the Missouri side in Belton. 49 northbound slows around Cass Parkway and stays very heavy up past Missouri 58 and then sluggish past 163rd Street as we check that slowdown for Cordell and Cordell. Whether you need a new Smart LiftMaster opener, service, repair, or brand new garage door, Renner Garage Door has you covered. Locally owned, top rated. RENNER, forward and back. RennerDoor.com. Touchdown Renner. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Burns on Deck show starts at 2. First pitch just after 3. All right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM HD1 and HD2. Kansas City. An Odyssey sports station.
Back here on 96.5 The Fan, on a show we like to call Fescoe and Dusty here in Kansas City. The Royals play today at 3:08. Pre-game show, Vern's on Deck show at 2 o'clock. No drive. Vern's got you for the drive for 30 minutes. And then they hand it off to the Royals Radio Network. You can hear all that action today here on 96.5 The Fan. We'll be at Jefferson's in Lenexa.
That's right. Come on out, watch the game with us.
That's right.
Get some wing tacos.
I think somebody on the text line said they just call that chicken tacos.
No, I mean, like, take the wing meat. I get chicken. I understand. That's not what I'm doing. I'm taking the wing meat, like, with all the different flavors that Jefferson's has,
skin,
right?
yeah,
Everything,
yeah, I
the
gotcha.
whole thing, man. Strip that meat off the bone, put it in a shell, and call it a wing taco.
Fair enough. We are kindly enough to be joined by Baltimore's own Ben McDonald. Ben, how are you doing this morning on a Tuesday?
Good morning, good morning. Y'all making me hungry just listening to y'all.
Well,
breakfast time.
Well, you got that Cajun accent. Start talking to us about, red beans and rice and etouffee and all that good stuff you had down there in Baton Rouge growing up.
Little jambalaya and crawfish bisque and etouffee, and that's how we roll. I still live down there too. I just this time of year I'm living up in Baltimore a lot, but other than that, I still live down there. So yeah, my wife's his father never spoke any English till he was in high school, Cajun French, and so we know all about the cooking and the cuisine down there. So I do miss. There ain't no skinny people in Louisiana, not many of them, even as hot as it is.
Right, exactly. Ben McDonald calling the game also on ESPN2 today. And, I've watched you on a lot of Orioles telecasts over the last couple of years. I think you and Kevin Brown do an amazing job together. It's very entertaining broadcast. And so I've got some information, about the Orioles because I kind of watch from afar. But I'm struggling with this, Ben. Like, why are the Orioles such a big favorite over the Royals in this series?
I think that's a great question.
Thank you.
I don't know. I don't know why that would be the case. I feel like the Kansas City Royals, when I look at them, and I know the Royals didn't finish the season like they wanted to. I know it was a little bit of struggle, losing 3 of their last 4 series or whatever, and the offense has been kind of scuffling a little bit. But when I look at the Kansas City Royals, man, I tell you what, and look, I knew when we came in there and played you guys early, in April, and of course the Royals came to Baltimore right before. I did not do that series, but I did the one in Kansas City. And I tell you what, I was impressed. One with the pitching. I think the starting pitching for the Royals are just outstanding. And you talk about Lugo's having the year that he's having, and of course we're going to see Cole Reagans today, and Walker's been outstanding. Brady Singer, who I covered at the University of Florida doing college baseball, big time pitching staff. Now I know your bullpen has struggled a little bit, the Royals bullpen, but in the month of September, it's been really, really good. It seems like it's getting its stuff together in the month of September, And so the Orioles, look, they got some guys back. Obviously, Westberg was hurt, the all-star, second baseman, third baseman. He plays a little bit of both. Urias was hurt as well. Mountcastle was hurt. So it's been a lot of the injuries for the Orioles. But I look for this series, to be honest with you guys, I look for it to be a very low-scoring series with some big-time pitchers on the bump. I think runs are going to be at a premium in this series, and I fully expect it to go 3 games. I really do.
So if Baltimore is focused on Kansas City's pitching, what should Kansas City be focused on in Baltimore?
I think Baltimore is very athletic. It's young, like Kansas City. It's hungry, like KC is. And I think, Corbin Burns has got to be where you start. I mean, Corbin Burns will be on the bump for the Orioles today, and he's as good as anybody. And he, had the struggles in the month of August. We know that. It was probably his worst month ever as a big leaguer. I think he pitched to an ERA a little bit above 7 in 5 starts. But, boy, the month of September rolled around, and he's been a different dude. Last 6 starts, I think it's a 1.2 ERA for him. So he sharpened up some of this stuff. I think if you're the Royals, you'd be concerned with Corbin Burns to start with and how you're going to score a few runs on him. And the Royals did that. I mean, the Royals scored 3 on him in 1 start and 2 on him in another start. he's faced the Royals a couple of times this year. If I remember correctly, it was Salvador Perez in a 3-run homer there in Kansas City in the 6th inning to put him up 3-2 at the time, and so that's where you start. I think the Oriole defense has really started to come around, getting those guys back from injuries. But this is an Oriole team that is playing better. We know about the second half struggles with the Orioles. They're one of the best teams in baseball the first 3 months of the season, and then all the injuries hit, and you still got 3 starting pitchers on the IL that aren't coming back, obviously, this year, and that's been a big blow for the Orioles. But as of late, man, the last 2 series, they go into New York, win 2 out of 3, and they sweep the Twins to finish the season. So it is a team that is trending certainly in the right direction.
Yeah, let's discuss kind of going into the postseason. How important is it, Ben, from your perspective, a guy who played the game, to be playing hot baseball going into the postseason?
I think it's so important, and I can speak for the Orioles last year. I mean, last year the Orioles won 101 games. They were the best team in the American League. But if you go back and look where the offense was trending the final 8 games of the season last year for the Orioles, it was only averaging a little over 2 runs per game. Like the Orioles just kind of limped it into the playoffs from an offensive standpoint last year. And it showed up. I mean, they scored less than 4 runs per game and got swept by the Texas Rangers. So I didn't like where the Orioles were trending last year. So I think it matters to really be swinging it well or pitching it well. And the good news for the Royals, while the offense hasn't been great, man, the pitching has been off the hook, even through some struggles in the month of September. So that's a good sign. And anytime you can pitch and play defense, and the Royals can certainly do that, you got a chance to win every game. The question is, can Bobby Witt Jr., get it going? Can Salvador Perez? Is Pasquantino coming back? We're hearing he may come back, and he's an Oriole killer. He always has been throughout his career, man. If he comes back, he instantly changes that Royals offense, So I think it's always important to be trending that direction. But we always say this, what you did up to this point now doesn't matter anymore. It's what you do this point forward. And so if you were a struggling team and weren't a hot team going in, all it takes is a game to get going, man, and all of a sudden. And I think the Texas Rangers and the Arizona Diamondbacks were perfect examples of that last year. And I've said this a bunch of times. What we thought we knew about the playoffs, what you thought you know about the regular season, you don't really know that because I'll just take you back to last year when the Braves, the Dodgers, and the Orioles all won over 100 games, and everybody had them the favorite to get there, and neither of the 3 teams, even advanced out of their first round. Matter of fact, they won a total of 1 game between the 3 teams. They were all swept out. Wow. And so it's tough, and so you don't know what you're going to get. It's about who gets hot, man. And the Rangers got hot last year at the right time with a bullpen that wasn't very good, and all of a sudden they got rolling, man, and they go all the way to win the World Series.
That's right. It sounds familiar over here. I have to ask you this question just because it merits it with this matchup. If you could do it all over again in 2019, do you still take Adley Rutschman over Bobby Witt Jr.?
Wow, that question's been thrown around a lot lately, hasn't it? That was one of those things, man, that you couldn't go wrong, I felt like, either way. Obviously high school kids are a little bit more I would say a little bit more of a risk because college kids a little bit more. But, Rutschman's been a 2-time All-Star. Bobby Witt is doing things never been done before by a shortstop, which he had back-to-back 30-30 seasons. That's never been done before. Both of them are premium players. Both guys are going to play this game a long, long time. And they play premium positions, too. One's a catcher, one's a shortstop. But I love this matchup. I mean, you're talking about Bobby Witt Jr. and Gunnar Henderson, arguably the 2 best shortstops in the game. Bobby Witt's probably going to finish second in the Cy Young. And in a normal year, he'd be – or not the Cy Young, in the MVP race, I should say. In a normal year, he'd be the MVP, But Judge is just having one of those Judge kind of years. But he'll finish second, and I think Gunnar Henderson will be in the top 5 in the MVP in the American League. So this is a fun matchup of the future, not only of these 2 teams and organizations, but the future of Major League Baseball, because these 2 young stars, man, they're going to play the game a long time.
All right. Go ahead, Justin.
I was going to say, you'd think they'd put their pictures all over billboards and commercials and
advertisements. It should be everywhere, right?
Oh, yeah. And look, if these 2 guys were playing in big markets like up in New York or Chicago, they'd be on billboards everywhere. Bobby Witt Jr., I look at the numbers, and I'm just in awe of this kid. I watch him play, and and look, he makes me feel old because I played with his dad for a year, And so to see Bobby Witt Jr. out there doing what he's doing, man, I am marvel at how his explosiveness. He's the fastest player in baseball with the sprint speed, number one. The ball comes off the bat. He plays that position. He's really good out there, and he looks like a leader to me. I don't know that much about him, but for a young kid, he just looks like a leader, man. I'm telling you what, and look, people in Kansas City are starting to say, well, he's the best player ever. And I went, wait a minute, I played against a guy by the name of George Brett. He was pretty good, too, ever in Kansas City history, and George was awesome, but man, you got to put Bobby. I know it's early, man. But the first 3 years of his career, I'm telling you what, it just screams Hall of Fame one day if he can stay healthy.
Ben McDonald, ESPN2. Before we let you go, who wins the series and tell me why?
Wow. I honestly, guys, I'd be flipping a coin, to be honest with you, who wins this series. I am up in the air. Because I would tend to lean two things. Because of the way the Orioles finished and because they're playing at home, I would tend to lean towards the Orioles at home. And if it was in Kansas City, I would probably say, if it was in Kansas City, I'd probably say that. I think home field advantage could matter here. But I think this game one, as you guys know, it's so important. And whoever wins game one is probably going to win this series. I just think it's that close between these two teams. So it'd probably be decided today, honestly. Whoever pulls it off in game one. And, I'm a pitcher, obviously. I would love this pitching matchup between Reagans and Corbin Burns. This is going to be a big-time matchup. Two real dudes on the mound. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right about that. And real quick, do you like the 3 games in one ballpark, or do you prefer a one-game wild card playoff like we used to have?
Well, because it happens so fast, and they want to play 3 games in a row, it's hard to travel after 2 games and go somewhere or do a 1-1-1. So I think it's about timing more than it is anything, and that way they get 3 quick games in a row without a travel day in between. And so that's why they do it, and that's why it's so important to be the number 1 wild card, right, or have home field advantage because you get an opportunity to have more games at home, So that's kind of where we are right now. I don't know if MLB's got it perfect yet with all the dang off days that you do happen to win your division, but it's here where we are right now, and I think it's pretty fair where it's at.
Ben, we appreciate it. Have a good call on ESPN2. We'll all be watching this afternoon.
All right, guys. Take care. Good talking to you.
Good talking to you as well, man. I'd say he couldn't convince me either why Baltimore should win. I don't think he thinks Baltimore's going to win this series. Like, I'm still waiting for it, man. 12th in the power rankings, plus 160. Everything's pointing against him. I just don't see it.
Well, we can talk about it on the side because we got plenty of time to do just that as we get to the excitement, the TV, and what I think is, well, we asked him, a battle of 1 versus 2. Coming up on the other side on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Fescoe and Dusty.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Park and Go have figured out how to do airport parking because you know what we all ask in Kansas City, where are we going to park? And the answer is Park and Go when you're going to KCI. So many great reasons to use Park and Go. Number 1, every spot is covered parking, so you never have to worry about your car being out in the elements. Number 2, they make it very easy for you to park, right? All you have to do is make your reservation at bookparkandgo.com right after you make your flight reservation, and you're good to go. And an insider tip, make sure you prepay. That's when you're going to save money. It's going to be your cheapest way to park at the airport when you prepay at Park and Go. And then you show up on the day of your flight, you give them your reservation number, and they're going to tell you exactly where to park. You pull in, and boom, you're ready to rock and roll because that van's going to meet you immediately and take you to the airport terminal. You're not going to have to worry about waiting for a van or hoping somebody shows up. They're there as soon as you pull in. Then when you get back, grab your bags, walk off the plane, walk outside, jump on the bus that's waiting for you, and right back to the trunk of your car. So do what we did and join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Fall in the Midwest is pleasant. The air is crisp, the temperatures are mild, and all is right with the world. But every one of you knows that lurking around the corner is creepy old man Winter. He wants to come into your home, put his feet up on the couch, and take over the remote. That's why you need to replace your drafty old windows with triple glass replacement windows from Thermo King. Triple glass? But weren't you told that double glass windows were all you'd ever need? Think again. Triple glass windows offer double the insulating barriers against creepy old man Winter than double glass windows. And their super strong frames are guaranteed to never twist, warp, fade, or fail. And right now, Thermo King is selling their triple glass windows for the same price as double glass. Who would do such a thing? Thermo King, that's who. So don't let this beautiful weather fool you. Protect your home from creepy old man Winter and call Thermo King today. 888-KING-WIN or online at thermokingwindows.com.
In business, success is never by chance. You know that better than anyone. So why settle for a marketing agency that gambles with your money? At Scale Marketing, we've been in your shoes. Our founders successfully owned and operated businesses long before becoming marketers. They understand the business of, well, business. We specialize in performance marketing for mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 people. From traditional and digital marketing to media buying, data science, and creative production, Scale Marketing manages it all. Our tailored strategies drive measurable growth, turning your challenges into opportunities. Imagine your company leading the market, not just participating in it. That's what we do at Scale Marketing. Don't let your business growth plateau or underperform. Scale Marketing will pinpoint exactly what you need to focus on, ensuring your success isn't left to chance. Take your business to the next level with Scale Marketing. Visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
What's up, sandwich heads? Today on Steve-O's Sandwich Reviews, we've got the tips and tricks to the best sandwich order. And it all starts with this little guy right here. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Partial to pastrami, craving a Cubano. Yeah, sounds delicious, but boom! Add the crisp, refreshing taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar and cue the fireworks. Lunch, dinner, or late night, it'll be a sandwich worth celebrating. Trust me, your boy's eaten a lot of sandwiches in his day, and the one thing I can say with absolute fact, every bite is better with Pepsi.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
The only thing more satisfying than a crisp fall day is a crisp fall day inside your cozy, spotless home. Right now, shop Labor Day savings on select cleaning essentials and exclusive brands from the Home Depot. Plus, with fast free delivery, you don't have to worry about running out of your favorite cleaners, paper products, trash bags, and more. The Home Depot has everything you need to get ready for a fall refresh. Get your home crisp, clean, and ready for the season with the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Free delivery on over 2 million items subject to availability.
Order for Jennifer C. Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve? Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine? Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year? Well, I do now. Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year? Yeah, you just said that. Did you say I just said that? Yeah, I'm cutting you off. Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
In Belton, 49 northbound slows past Cass Parkway, stays very heavy up towards Missouri 58. Once you get up to 163rd Street, things are back to posted speeds as we check that back up for Cordell and Cordell. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
He's the fastest in the league. He steals the base, hitting home runs all over the place. It's Bobby Witt Jr. Every Kansas City fan knows his name, and you know the crowd goes wild when he's sliding to home base. It's Bobby Baseball. Get a free Bobby bobblehead on opening day. Bobby Baseball. Bobby's got a bobblehead coming your way. He's a shortstop and a bobblehead, and he's sliding to home base. It's Bobby Baseball. Let's go, Bobby. Bobby's got a bobblehead, and he's going for the home run. Bobby Baseball.
There it is. More Royals jingles for you today.
We need more of a trailer at the end to give us like a little, you know what
dun,
I'm saying? Like a little
dun.
fade out type of thing, a little,
Hard
bit
out.
more music. Yeah.
Hard out,
Just
hard
ends.
in. That's right.
Just ends like that, so. Big series for Bobby Baseball. I think it's bigger for him than it is for any other player on the field in the postseason this year, because he has that opportunity, as we were talking about with Ben McDonald, as you mentioned, like, why aren't Adley Rutschman and Bobby Baseball and Gunnar Henderson and, these star players, the big faces of what's going on in Major League Baseball? This is where you become those big faces of Major League Baseball, right? You dominate in the postseason, and you have an opportunity to become that face of the sport. It happens every year in every sport. We see somebody who has an amazing postseason run, and all of a sudden they get all the love in the world. And I think when we start talking about, MVP going into next season, Bobby Witt Jr. could be the favorite for the MVP going into the season if he shows up big in the postseason. The other thing is the Vinny Pasquantino one that we haven't really talked much about, whether or not he's going to be in that lineup today and what that does to his lineup. I find it weird that in like the regular season, if you come back from an injury, they send you to like Surprise for 17 months to work on, pulling rubber bands on a fence and, baseball rehab stuff. And now he's just back into game action. So rehab stint's kind of a waste of everybody's time, I guess, is what we're getting to. But he makes your lineup a little bit longer, makes it a little bit better. Obviously, if you have Vinny Pasquantino in that lineup, it makes it a little bit more difficult to pitch around, Vinny or around Bobby and Salvi. And so I think getting Pasquantino back in the lineup just as a presence helps this lineup. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what the Royals decide to do a little bit later on today when they announce that postseason roster and whether or not Vinny's on there. I'm kind of leaning towards he is going to be on the postseason roster, and I think that's good for everybody. It's going to give them a little boost, as kind of a jump start that I think they could use going into this. It's a big win for them if they get Vinny back.
Do you think he comes back and plays like DH and you leave Sal at first and let Freddie catch?
I like Freddie behind the plate, man. I like Freddie Fermin's bat too. Am I the only one who feels like Freddie Fermin's like an automatic hit every time he gets up? Like, I just like his swing. I like the way he handles the bat, to get geeky here for a second, but I think he's a very productive big league hitter. I think I'm with you though, Dusty. I think for my argument's sake, you're bringing Vinny back. Why risk anything at first base at this point in time? You need him for his bat. You don't necessarily need him for his glove, in the lineup. And so I think if you have him just in that DH role, you play Sal at first and Freddie Fermin behind the plate, I think that's probably your best offensive lineup that you could roll out there. But you also want your catcher, your captain, who's been in the postseason. Cole Reagan's on the mound. I think you probably want Salvador Perez behind the plate in this type of situation, right? Wouldn't you?
Yeah. I mean, but it also depends. Like, so then as Sal catches, you're comfortable having Vinny at first?
I don't know.
Do you put Gurriel at first? Like,
and then Vinny DHs, and then you keep, for me, is Gurriel the guy you want in the lineup? I know he's a veteran guy and has postseason experience.
I would want his bat in there before I'd want Freddie's in there.
You would. See, and I would take Freddie's.
Okay. I mean, Gurriel's like, on average, is probably without Vinny in the lineup, has been your fourth hitter. So with Vinny in the lineup, he'd be your fifth hitter.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know.
You'd probably go Tommy, Bobby, Vinny, Sal, Gurriel, Massey, and then 7, 8, 9 fill in the blanks, right?
Yeah, which is basically every team in baseball. Yeah. People complain about 7, 8, 9 all the time. Every team in baseball stinks 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, that's where you'd have your Isbell, Dozier, or not Dozier, Renfroe.
Dozier would be a nice addition.
I was thinking Hunter, and then I said it for but yeah, you'd have your Renfroe, Isbell, combo, DeYoung, however that works out, or Garcia. So, but no, that'd be your 1 through 6.
Or MJ Melendez, you didn't even throw him into the mix as well.
If it's a righty on the mound,
do you want MJ Melendez in this lineup? Because
if there's a righty on the mound,
you want MJ.
I
right?
want MJ in there,
too.
And I'm telling MJ Melendez, hit the building.
Right, exactly.
I don't care. I don't want singles. I want you I want you in the batter's box, whether there's a guy on first, second, third, or if there's just a guy on first. Hell, if there's no one on. MJ, I want you swinging for the fence.
Right, just go out there and hit a home run. I think that's I think like MJ Melendez is going to have like one of those moments in the postseason. Like I feel like he's going to be that guy that kind of steps it up because he has on various occasions this year, right? We've seen him hit some big-time home runs, some big-time shots, make some big-time plays. I know he's not, quote-unquote, that household name, and you'd love to see Vinny, Bobby, or Salvi, or, one of those guys step up and be the hero, but you're going to need somebody else to do it, and why not MJ Melendez? He's had the knack this year to come up big when this team's needed him, like saving that series series in Detroit, a couple of months ago. Like, I don't know. I just kind of feel like MJ Melendez may have a big hit in this series that could propel the Royals into the next round. It's going to have to come from somebody else, especially if Vinny's not in the lineup, right? Let's just, for argument's sake, Vinny's not in the lineup. You just got to pitch around Bobby. You just got to pitch around Salvi and figure out what happens.
Right. But again, I think, you've been saying this lately about, Bobby Witt Jr. This is one of those moments where it's not necessarily the moment, I will say, but it's the, gosh, I hate doing this because it's all we do is you take Mahomes.
Right,
and you compare,
I know,
right?
but if you're going to be the guy, you got to be the guy in the postseason.
So to keep it wholesome and to keep it homesome, Mahomes and Bobby Witt Jr., the parallels that can, develop here. And I would say with Patrick Mahomes, the moment was probably Jet Chip Wasp. I think the run is a moment, maybe the greatest play of his career, but the run against Tennessee is a moment. The comeback against the Houston Texans was a moment. The coming from behind 10 in the Super Bowl, hitting Tyreek on Jet Chip Wasp. That's the moment.
That's
it was
the moment
like
for you when he arrived.
To me, because that's the biggest stage. That's
fair. Yeah, no, that's interesting. I never really thought about what was that singular moment.
To me, again, the play against the Niners where he does the whole behind the line of scrimmage
the
and
first
hits
two
Conley.
games where he has 10 touchdown passes before he even plays a game here. It's like
the 4th and 9 play is a moment, but where there's the moment to me where it was okay, this kid is going to be something. Was Jet Chip Wasp. You ran that play. It had to be perfect. It was perfect. It led to a Super Bowl win.
Right.
You got your first title, and then, the pressure's off. You won a title. You're under the age of 28 years old. You've got the rest of your career to go win 2 more to be considered one of the greatest of all time, and you've already done that.
Right.
You've already won 3 out of 4 times. The thing about Bobby Witt Jr. is I don't think that his moment comes in this series. I think there can be a moment, right? I think there could be for instance, bottom of the 6th, and it's a 2-2 game, and there's a man on second, and Bobby Witt Jr. blasts one to left field, and it's this game's 4-2,
and it's over.
And Bobby Witt Jr. just gave this team a lead going into the 7th inning, and now you get the combination of Lynch, Bubic, and Ursig.
Right.
And that's your 7-8. I'm telling you right now, Kansas City, I believe this to be true. That will be your 7-8-9 as long as it is fixed and not broken.
Well, what if you have a situation though, and it's 2-2 in the 6th inning, and you got 2nd and 3rd and 1 out? Aren't you bringing in Ursig in that moment? I mean, I saw something yesterday that referred to
if you're on the road, yes. If you're at home, probably not.
But you're on the road, right?
Yeah.
I saw something yesterday that said Ursig is the closer, but that's not the right term to use for Ursig. It was he's the guy that comes in the most important moment now for the Royals. And Q has used him that way. And we've seen Ursig come in the 6th and 7th inning and kind of, put out those fires. And I think that's kind of where you need to use Ursig. I don't think you can, quote unquote, save him for good, as we talked about last week. You save people, and then all of a sudden you're Chris Sale, and then he's not pitching. What's going on there? He claims he has a back injury and whatnot, so he can't get out there and pitch in the postseason. That's a big loss for the Braves. But you don't want to save anybody, because what if it is a 2-2 game in the 6th? You got 2nd and 3rd and 1 out, and Reagans is just gassed on the mound. Who are you going to go to in that situation? I think Ursig is the right answer at that point in time, because he's the guy that has proven to me consistency, basically, since he came in here to Kansas City. That's who I would feel best with in that type of situation, because if you don't go to him there and you go to somebody else and they give up a base hit, now it's 4-2, then you never get to use Ursig.
And that's also the other thing, and I'm not debunking the idea, but that's also a regular season mindset. Whereas now you have a guy where you're hey, Alec Marsh, go throw 100 miles an hour, 3 straight pitches, and just get out of it.
Could do that.
Right. Or what you don't want to see is you might see a guy like Brady Singer.
Right.
But, I mean, I think in that situation, maybe that's where you bring in Lynch a little earlier. Maybe it's Bubic's in, and again, it's always going to be about, what matchups are. That is one thing that Q will keep consistent is,
correct.
There's a lefty coming up, I'm going to throw a righty out, or a lefty-lefty, I'm going to throw a righty out there, I'm going to, however they want to, do that. But I do think that when you go back to the Bobby Witt Jr. sort of thing, look, this is going to be a game where in 2019, Adley Rutschman was drafted first and Bobby Witt Jr. was drafted second. And by 2024, they're playing against each other in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah.
So there's that little snidbit too. And I forget, I think maybe we were talking to Ned. I think it's who we were talking to, or maybe we were talking to Dayton. It was you and I for sure. And we're like talking about Bobby Witt Jr. and they're like, no, it was Ned. We had him on the show. And he was talking to me. He's like, well, we knew that Adley was going to go 1, so we kind of had an idea that we could take Bobby.
Ned. Yeah.
And he's like, we kind of knew that like Bobby was going to be there. And he's like, we knew Adley wasn't going to be there. And it's like, even before it happened, like, I wonder, like, if, you go back in time, you think, okay, yes, you can see hindsight. It's like, Adley Rushman's a stud.
Mm-hmm.
Plays obviously a different position. But it would be like having Salvador Perez all over again, but maybe a little more elevated.
Right.
And Bobby Witt Jr. is, the second best player in baseball? Shohei Ohtani's probably ungodly, right? 54, you just can't top that. But the thing that's great about this is that this is where, like, that narrative can always be where it's like, well, Bobby Witt Jr. won the first overall pick. First overall pick was actually Adley Rushman. But right now, Bobby Witt Jr. is playing better, and his team can either win and leave Adley Rushman back, and it's like, boy, we wish we had that guy. And then what happens, what's even more important about this moment is that maybe he does have his moment, which, depending on where you're at with this, Bob, I don't know what George Brett's moment is, but damn it, I'd say it's pretty close to being the top is that Pine Tar incident.
Well,
and where that happened
hitting a home run off of Gossage is pretty big.
Also in New York.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And, all those things can happen next for Bobby. And, you got to get
nettles in the face, also New York.
Also New York. And, those are the games that, like, our dads grew up watching.
Yeah.
Those are the games that our dads were like, man, Yankees, Royals in the 70s.
Oh, my God,
This is really where George Brett kind of came into his own. And get through Baltimore, you go to New York, and then maybe that's where this whole thing that you talked about, where the playoffs are good for Bobby and Bobby's good for the playoffs, you go to the Bronx, man, and you kick ass, all of a sudden people are going to be like, that mullet mustache, Jack Sparrow looking dude that plays in Kansas City that's cool as the other side of the pillow. Yeah, that's baseball right there.
Yeah, and that's what it's going to take, though. I mean, I always go back to the Derek Jeter analogy because Derek Jeter's not a Hall of Famer based on his regular season stats. Derek Jeter's a Hall of Famer based on playing big in big moments. Patrick Mahomes is going to go to the Hall of Fame, not because of his regular season, but because of the way he wins in the postseason and plays big in those big moments. And obviously, he's the whole package, obviously.
Yeah.
But most guys who make it into the Hall of Fame and become legends in their sport do it because of on the big stage.
People don't talk about Jordan's regular season wins where he scored 60 points. They talk about every time he went to the finals, he won the finals.
They won the championship. Yeah. I mean, you talk about those big time moments. I mean, we talk about it all the time in terms of sports. Oh, so-and-so's not as good because he doesn't have as many championships. Dan Marino, whoever you want to use, in that category. And Derek Jeter is the perfect example for me because he's very good regular season baseball. No question about it. Captain of the Yankees, a whole 9 yards. He got 100% of the Hall of Fame vote because of what he does in the postseason and what he did, in the postseason. And that was to dominate and make the big plays and be in the right positions and have the knack for the big, right? And Patrick Mahomes obviously has the knack for the big. I want to see if Bobby has that knack for the big and see if he can take this team and kind of carry this team. Because I think right now, until we get a little bit further down the line, in 25 and 26, when you truly start supplementing this offense, he's your catalyst right now in this offense, right? Is Baltimore going to allow him to be the catalyst? They're going to pitch around him, let Salvi kind of be the catalyst. Like, I just think it's a big moment for Bobby. And if Baltimore pitches around him, which is what they should do, then he can make plays on defense and make some great plays on defense and use his glove to kind of do that talking. So, no, I think there's so much to gain for Bobby Witt Jr. I think there's so much to gain for the Royals as a franchise in this postseason, more so than maybe even before, because we do have that true bona fide superstar in Major League Baseball, and now he has a chance to come to life on the big stage where a lot of people are going to be paying attention and a lot of people are going to be watching, and maybe you get some of the casual fans to go, oh, okay, I never heard of this guy. But it all starts today. Like, Bobby Witt's legacy truly begins today when it comes to the Kansas City Royals. How good is he going to be in the postseason? And from everything we've seen so far, nothing tells me he's not going to be great in the postseason. So I'm excited to watch Bobby, play today. I'm also excited to watch this Royals starting pitching because I just think it's better than Baltimore's.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy when you get into, the playoffs because you think about all those great Atlanta teams, man.
Like, they never won anything, though.
They got one World Series.
Yeah.
They got one World Series. And, you had to go into those, matchups thinking, okay, we got Glavine, Maddox, Smoltz.
Right.
I'm not calling Reagans, Lugo, and Waka, Glavine, Maddox, Smoltz.
But it's a hell of a threesome, man.
But that's a three-headed rotation that I look at a lot of teams in this playoff situation, and I'm like, yeah, L.A., their pitching's beat up. San Diego, they've got decent pitching. They're more analytic. They have the Cardinals manager that they're now pissed that they ever let him go.
Oh, I know.
And
Mess in St. Louis.
Shields.
Yeah.
And, there's all that. But when you go into this series, and I thought that Ben McDonald talked about it great, because he was like talking about how Baltimore's playing great towards the end of the season. They've had a good little chemistry building here.
Right.
The other thing that's also great is the Royals bullpen has played very well
in
this
great,
stretch,
yeah.
and maybe there's a chance that they can kind of give that offense that little bit of a push. Like, hey guys, don't feel like you need to do too much anymore. We're better than we used to be. We're not that bullpen that was here in April. We're the bullpen that's here now in October. We've got you. We feel a little bit more confident. We like the way that it ends. Maybe Zerpa's got a little less, stress on his back. He looks a little bit better.
He has looked better of late, yeah.
It's, I've lowered the stress meter down when he comes in. And then you look at guys like Singer and Marsh that are going to be in there to kind of also bring in personality and bring in some sort of like, hey, Singer, you don't need to go out there and be methodical. You can just go out there and throw 2 pitches and as hard as you can because you're getting 2 innings max. Alec Marsh, same thing. Now, again, a lot of people worry about how that psyche works, but if you're going to give Baltimore credit for playing well and down the stretch and everything else, the Royals bullpen took a 180 towards the end of the season, going into the playoffs, and Lynch, Bubic, Zerpa, Ursig, all those guys have been much better, and you're adding strength to it, whether you want to agree with it or not. Adding Singer and Marsh to your bullpen gives you more innings, gives you more reps of different guys that can use in different spots. And then you pile that on with the possibility of Vinny Pasquantino coming back. And this team's offense was its best when the bullpen was down. Now the bullpen is up, and the offense might get its spark back.
May get its spark back. And an expectation for Vinny, too. I don't even know what to expect after having this long layoff. Like, baseball's weird, man. Like, it takes time sometimes for guys to get their flow back, in baseball, and their timing back and all that kind of stuff. So with Vinny going into the postseason, no pressure, no expectation whatsoever for him. Just to have him in the lineup and on the roster, I think is a big win, for the Kansas City Royals. And I don't know what the numbers say in September when you look at the bullpen, because I don't really care. But I know what the eye test has been, right? The eye test has been like, all right, here comes the bullpen. We're going to be good. We're going to be okay.
I
They're
know
going to
what
get the
my
job
stress
done,
test
right?
is.
Exactly.
I'm not where I was in June with this bullpen.
Right, exactly.
In June, I was like, I don't know. They're up 5-1, but shoot, I could change the channel and be tied.
Right, exactly.
And it was
a lot of times.
And now you're watching it, and you're like, well, they're playing good teams. I mean, Atlanta's good. They're fighting. Their bullpen looks good against Atlanta. They're playing these other teams. They're good. They're playing Atlanta. So it's kind of just like one of those things where I'm like you said, like I can, watch, I don't know, Daniel Lynch go out there, and I'm like,
you don't feel sick to your stomach, right? And I think that's a big test.
And what he did when Lorenzen went out last, where Lorenzen pitched 2 outs, and it was like, all right, Daniel, spot start,
man.
here you go, and he did fine.
Right.
So we'll get into that. Plus, we'll get into some other stuff throughout the day. I can't believe people are really doing what this question says for the 745 top. Are people really doing this? People really do? All right, we'll explain that on the other side.
Seriously?
I didn't know. This is Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, you may be waking up this morning and thinking to yourself, I can't go another day with this knee pain. My back is hurting me so much. What am I supposed to do? Well, you don't have to keep living with that joint pain at all. Real, lasting relief is possible with help from QC Kinetics. People are getting their lives back, getting their mobility back thanks to QC Kinetics. QC is the nation's leader in cellular therapies that can revitalize your joints. I'm talking about advanced regenerative medicine using your own body's healing properties, highly concentrated and carefully placed in your achy joint. Whether it's back pain or shoulder pain or knee pain, these are cutting-edge treatments that require no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It's a quick in-office procedure that can get you moving again. So if arthritis pain is keeping you from doing the things you love, if you have pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulders, then you owe it to yourself to learn more and to call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. 816-412-6299.
We interrupt with a special report from the Missouri Lottery. With a new millionaire every 8.1 days last year, there's no shortage of Missouri Lottery winners. However, there is currently a shortage of confetti. This may impact all confetti-related activities, hullabaloos, whoop-de-doos, jamborees, shebangs, and any and all festive goings-ons. Rest assured, Missouri Lottery winners will receive a single confetto with every big win for the time being. We apologize for the shortage, but not the winning. Thus concludes this report from the Missouri Lottery. Winners welcome. Play responsibly.
If you had the crystal ball, you wouldn't agonize over when to sell your home. You just ask, should I sell while my home's value is sky high, or wait and hope the bottom doesn't drop out of the housing market? The thing is, I'm not ready to move. You don't need a crystal ball with Truehold's Sell and Stay program. You can literally sell now and stay in your home as long as you like. When you sell your home to Truehold for its best current value, you can fully cash out your home's equity, and you can stay in your home as long as you want with an easy, affordable lease. Truehold pays property taxes, insurance, and maintenance too. Truehold unlocks your wealth without uprooting your life. Get an offer now while your home's value is sky high, and use the money to secure your retirement, pay off bills, or finance your dreams. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit Truehold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out your home's current best value without moving. That's Truehold.com.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again ranked #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News & World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancers in a day than many see in their whole career. This unmatched depth of expertise, combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
What if I told you that there was a single management software that could handle your CRM, accounting, manufacturing, marketing, inventory, sales, and everything in between for a fraction of the cost of the dozens of disconnected platforms most companies rely on to manage their business? Sounds pretty good, right? Well, that's Odoo. Odoo is the end-all be-all for any business of any size, and it's ready to help your company reach the next level and beyond. Learn more at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
but that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Our Labor Day savings start now at Lowe's. Right now, buy one, get one free on Valspar Reserve or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Infinity or Showcase Interior Paint via Lowe's gift card rebate. Whether you're painting one accent wall or want to freshen up a whole room, we've got you covered. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details. Valid through 9/4.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 29 southbound slows with the merge with I-35. Past that, you're off again, on again, slow all the way into downtown. East side 435 southbound, pretty heavy with construction as we check that back up for Cordell and Cordell. Delays stretching now back from 23rd Street down towards I-70. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Back in on a
Playoff Tuesday, Taco Tuesday, Sexy Time Tuesday. Don't let your kids catch you.
Hey, it happens, buddy. We had it over the weekend again. My daughter walked in. She goes, not again.
Seriously?
She's got a knack. She's got a sixth sense, as my wife says, but she was wrong this time.
Oh.
She was wrong. There was nothing going on. We're folding
For those of
laundry or
you that
whatever.
haven't heard this story a couple weeks ago, Bob got caught with his wife by his children.
Right.
Or by his children.
By a child,
One,
yes. And we were in the basement, like in a dark area behind, like
But it was at like
everything,
noon.
So?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, you're either making pizza rolls or you're making whoopee.
Yeah. And so, the other day, I think it was Saturday or Sunday, we were in the bedroom or whatever. She walked in and we go, don't come in. She goes, oh, God, not again. And like I say, you should be happy your parents love and like each other. Doesn't happen a lot these days. A lot of divorces out there.
I think she can be happy and still not want to be.
Well, there is that. Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah.
Hey, guys, are we out of mayo? Oh, my God!
Oh, my God, Mom!
Is he hurting you? No, I wish.
Now it's become like a joke now. Like, oh, God, again?
Oh, Lord. Those poor kids.
Yeah, well. There's worse.
There is a very interesting text here that kind of goes towards our last discussion that we just had about Bobby Wood Jr. and Adley Rushman from the 913. Putting this game on at 3:30 is a crime.
Yeah.
And they said the reason is this is the MLB's Allen versus Mahomes.
Yeah, it is. It's like putting the game on Peacock, right?
Well, locally you can watch it on your provider.
Yeah.
Not today, though. This game is on ESPN2
Yes.
at 3:38. We will be at Jefferson's.
3:08.
3:08. Sorry,
Yes.
that's Thursday or tomorrow, Wednesday.
Yeah.
But 3:08, Vern's pregame show, on deck show, 2 o'clock here on 96.5 The Fan. We will all be at Jefferson's in Lenexa. That's where Cody and Gold will be, so they won't be bum rushing us into the studio.
Thank goodness.
They'll be at Jefferson starting at 10 o'clock.
You
with their
know
show.
Alex is there already, right?
No
No,
way.
you don't think so?
Cody for sure.
Okay.
Cody's the responsible one.
That
Cody's
is
like the
true,
dad
yeah.
of the show.
Yeah, you're right. He is.
Do you think Alex will eat his chicken fingers before? Or
Alex
after?
probably eats chicken wings with no sauce on them.
And after. He doesn't want his hands to get greasy.
Yeah. I don't like eating during the work, though, either. It gives me
Like
the
during a show, no.
Yeah, you eat afterward.
Oh,
but,
I mean-
but Alex will have plain wings and a side of, like, Ken's Steakhouse ranch dressing, right? Like, because he goes with, like, the bland of the bland.
Speak for yourself. Somebody brings me a Chick-fil-A breakfast sandwich. I'm eating it during the break.
Yeah.
Like, I promise you.
I get hiccups, so I can't. Like, it's just, it's like you just start getting, so I'm out on that, which is fine. Do whatever you want. I'm not telling anybody what to do, but I know for me it doesn't work that way. But you could see Alex sitting there with his bottle of Ken's Steakhouse Ranch and his naked wings, right? And then he doesn't put any ketchup on his fries. Because the ketchup from the fries causes acid reflux for Alex.
I would rather, to be fair, I'd rather have mustard with my fries.
Seriously?
I'm dead serious. I love mustard, man.
Yellow mustard?
I mean, I love
That's
it.
one of the worst takes I've ever heard.
is.
Mustard on your fries instead of catsup? Wow.
Oh, yeah. I really just don't enjoy ketchup.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah,
Like,
I
I'd rather-
like ketchup on my fries, and it has to be the Whataburger spicy ketchup.
See, that's just not ketchup, though. That's an additive. That's like sriracha ketchup.
Maybe.
So
I
there's a
don't know.
little cut in there.
Little jalapeno juice. I don't know what they put in
That's
it, but it's
fine.
damn good.
I like the Freddy's fry sauce. That's good stuff.
Oh,
but
that's
no,
gas.
I like
There was a run on that during COVID. People couldn't find that stuff.
I don't like if I make a burger, I like yellow mustard barbecue sauce.
Okay.
Or I like Heinz 57.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm just not a huge ketchup guy.
Heinz last night with a pork chop.
Ah,
Ooh,
look
the
at
best.
you.
That's the best.
Pork of the mom last night.
Yeah, your mom porked you last night?
A little taboo.
Wow, how about that?
So this is a serious question. People really asking this about Mahomes.
Man.
Should you blame Mahomes for Rice's injury? No,
Seeing
I
it.
blame Rice. Run the off the field. Like,
Yeah, he's trying to get
who
the
are you gonna
ball.
tackle?
Yeah.
Or it's just like it's football and crap happens.
Yeah, stuff
True.
happens, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sucks.
It does suck. I mean, Mahomes throws the interception, then takes out Rice all on the same play, right? Like, it does happen. That's part of the
Yeah.
game. And that's why when you win championships or you're having the success that, like, the Royals are having this year, you can't take any of that for granted, guys, because you are truly one injury away in any sport from watching your season go down the tubes. The Chiefs are very fortunate that we have Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, and they can figure things out. Not every team is very fortunate enough to have that. But, like, if Chris Jones goes down, oh, my God, we're talking about a completely different football team, right? Like, that's an injury
Yeah.
I don't know that you can overcome a Chris Jones injury, right?
No.
You
Trent McDuffie, you're not
Trent
overcoming
McDuffie,
that.
You're not overcoming
No.
that injury either, right?
Patrick Mahomes. No.
Patrick Mahomes.
Travis Kelce.
And those are probably your four. Well, maybe Butker, too. I mean, you can find a kicker, but is it going to be as reliable?
You just have to get closer.
Get closer, but, I mean, his accuracy is,
pretty nails.
Except for that one he missed the other day. I mean, come on, you know. You can figure it out on the offensive line.
Yeah, I called Jason Kelce immediately.
Like I'm
hey, buddy.
I'm not too concerned about that. But I think those are the four guys. If you lose, like I think you can overcome.
Chris, McDuffie, Pat, and
Travis.
Okay.
Yeah,
I agree.
And if Andy were to go out for whatever reason, like if somebody rolls Andy on the sidelines and he can't coach her, then we got something there. But I mean, from a player standpoint, there's really like four guys that you, in my opinion, and I think all of you guys maybe agree with this, that you can't overcome the loss of. I don't think you can overcome the loss of Jones, McDuffie, Kelce, or Mahomes. Everybody else is a piece to a puzzle that you can overcome by doing something differently. And that's what great teams are made of. I mean, that's why when we talk about the value of Brett Veach on this team and the way that he's built this roster and how he values those, that lower third of the roster as much as he values the top third of the roster, that's so you can have guys that are just pieces of the puzzle that you can move out. Now, is Rashee Rice good? Yeah, he's really good. Does the loss stink? No question it does. But if you were sitting here saying, we can't overcome the loss of Rashee Rice, then I think you're looking at it wrong because they can overcome the loss of Rashee Rice, whether it's with everybody just stepping it up on the roster or maybe you go out and make an addition and bring somebody else in here that's currently on another team.
No, I agree with the main four guys being the kind of immovable objects, but I will say, all the other pieces of the puzzle that you're using in that analogy, I would just say Rice is a pretty big piece.
Big piece. He's a corner piece.
Yeah, big corner piece. It's going to be hard to find, and they will need to replace him, but you're right. Not, insurmountable.
Right.
At all.
You can ask more from Xavier Worthy. You can ask more from Travis Kelce. You can ask more from Noah Gray, who you just paid and should be asking more out of, right? Juju Smith-Schuster's here. He's not a guy that's never seen the system before. And so, I mean, as Dana was talking, Nico Remigio, maybe that's your guy.
That's my guy.
You're all over that guy,
yes,
right? Like,
please.
you love that guy. So let's see what he can do. Like,
I would love it.
It's okay to ask others to step up, right? It's okay to say, all right, the opportunity's yours. You're on this roster for a reason. Let's go. And I think that's what the Chiefs are going to do for the next couple of weeks.
Tough Tuesdays here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. I think these are pretty quick today because we pretty much have like the same.
Yeah.
In my opinion. Like, I can go first, I guess.
I think it's the NFC East. All better be looking for their jobs, except for Dan Campbell.
Out of Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it.
Like, Sirianni probably should dust off his resume. God, I've never seen a coach hated so much in a town like Nick Sirianni is hated.
Well, he just does buffoon stuff.
I mean, God, they hate him.
They literally scored 14 points in about 5 minutes in the second half doing what they should have done in the first half. Like, I just, it's like, where was this? Like, I get it. Baker went, Bill. But you got Saquon Barkley and the best offensive line in football.
He opened up the game with a 50-plus yard run. They gave him to it 2 more times the first half.
Just insane.
Well, he was tired, I guess.
Yeah.
But this is why guys coach themselves out of the league because they're arrogant and stupid.
Yeah. Robert Saleh's cooked.
Gotta go, man.
Aaron Rodgers hates that dude.
Oh my God.
Aaron Rodgers hates that dude.
Wouldn't hug him on the touchdown, and then the cadence thing. If you haven't heard this story, Robert Saleh blamed the poor offensive performance on Aaron Rodgers' cadence.
Yeah.
Insane.
And then Rodgers obviously struck back.
Rodgers like, I don't think that's the case at all.
Yeah, I don't think that's the cadence.
No, you lost a game where you allowed a -7 passing yards through 3 quarters. It's not the cadence.
I mean, you lost to the Denver Broncos, didn't score a touchdown, and they're blaming the cadence. Like, but nobody should be surprised. I told you the Jets were going to be ass, and here they are doing Jet things. Oh, Aaron Rodgers is so good. Yeah.
No, New England's just that bad. New England's going to have that banner win for the entire year. It's just unfortunate it came in week 1.
Yeah, nobody's going to remember it. But when Cincinnati misses the playoffs by a game, that's going to be the one that they look back on. And go, oh, man.
Hopefully later on in the season, somehow, some way, New England beats Buffalo like 13-10 in a weird Buffalo, explosion game. You're like, thanks, New England.
Right.
I think Canal's got to be done. Right? Like, that's not good.
Who?
Oh, Dave Canales?
Yeah, Canales.
Yes.
Oh, Root Canales already? Yeah. We're done with him?
The Panthers.
I mean, it's not great. Like, they had the surprise rally behind Andy Dalton, and then they had this game this past week, and it was like, ugh.
But how many times can you change head coaches? I mean, like, you fired Frank Reich in the middle of last year. You fired the guy. I mean,
Matt Rule's already in Nebraska doing very well.
And cashing in still from the Panthers, right? Like, if you're going to build an organization, you've got to find consistency with your head coach. You can't change head coaches every 6 games.
They're already paying 2 coaches coaches right now that are
so he's
coaching.
that are not coaching.
Matt Rule and Frank Reich are both making money.
He's probably there by default. We can both, or I guess all three, agree. Doug Peterson's cooked.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, he's blaming the players now. I can't, run the plays and call the plays. You go to that route, you're done.
And then I feel like maybe I'm wrong. But I feel like the Mike McDaniel thing, the gimmick is over.
It's run its course.
I agree.
Yeah, it is.
I get it.
There's
There's no Tua. But like, if you're the guy that everyone says you are, the offensive genius, you should be able to make it work. You didn't even make it work versus Tennessee last night.
No, it was
couldn't
terrible.
get Tyreek Hill the ball. Couldn't get Jalen Waddle the ball. Couldn't get an Achane figured out. I know you're without Raheem Mostert, but the whole like,
come on,
cute little, we'll be fine. It's like, dude, no, like it's tough right now, and you're not really doing much without it.
Offensive geniuses do good things regardless of who the talent is. Look at Andy Reid. Always finds a way.
He's special, man. He's been in situations like this. Even when he played in Baltimore, came in, played some big games, won some games. And the good news about it is we got another Pro Bowl quarterback, man. So that's the least of my worries, man. So not a whole lot of coaching him up. He already know. Just put the ball in whoever's hands because we got a lot of playmakers on this team. So, hey, strike up the band, baby. It's going to be fun tonight.
That was not fun tonight. No band got struck up. I mean, it was not it was a 31-12 final for Mr. Hill and the Dolphins last night. And at one point of the evening, Jared Goff had more yards receiving than Tyreek Hill did.
Jared Goff was perfect.
Jared Goff was wonderful last night.
No, he was perfect.
18 for 18 last night. The entire Lions passing staff, because Amon-Ra St. Brown threw a touchdown pass perfect on the day. Jared Goff caught a touchdown pass, threw two others. Like, they were really, really good yesterday. And Jared Goff was a better receiver yesterday and did more than what our guy Tyreek Hill did yesterday for the Miami Dolphins. I don't even think that he got 30 yards yesterday receiving. He did not. 23 yards for Tyreek Hill and no touchdowns. So either that's the quarterback or the wheels have fallen off of Tyreek Hill. I don't know.
Dusty, I know we got to go, but real quick, Doug Peterson, you mentioned him on Tough Tuesdays. They go week 6 and week 7 in London. Quick question for you guys. Does Doug Peterson make the flight there and the flight back? Does he make either flight? Is he fired?
You think
before?
He's going to defect to London and become a British citizen?
I'm just saying, does he after
He kind of has that look.
They lose to the Colts this week, they're 0-5. They go to London. Maybe he makes the flight there, but then they lose to the Bears, they're 0-6. Does he make the flight back?
Well, you got to bring him back. You got to get him back. Yeah, so I think he gets back. I don't think they're going to put him on the Titanic. I mean, that team is the Titanic, but, he's got to come back.
We get to give
you fire them stateside.
We get to give you a chance for some Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan tickets. Plus, it's our favorite segment of the week on the coming up on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, when you're trying to sell your home, you want somebody that you can trust and somebody that you know is going to do a great job, and that person is Dawn Sharp and the Sharp Homes team. So what makes a good real estate agent? They just know what makes your home sell. Homeowners all over Kansas City trust the Sharp Homes team to sell their home. Dawn and her team know how to price your home correctly and how to market it to as many potential buyers as possible. And with so many eyes on your house, the demand goes up, and so does the selling price, which means you walk away with thousands over your original price. If that sounds good to you, then you need to call my friend Dawn Sharp because her team will bring the most buyers. On average, they sell a home every 72 hours. The Sharp Homes team can also give you options. Do you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold? Well, contact them to discuss their instant offer program. Contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. You can Google them, Sharp Homes team, and you'll see over 200 5-star Google and Zillow reviews. And in the past 12 months, they're so good, Dawn and her team have sold over 120 homes when the average agent is selling 4 homes per year. So Google them at Sharp Homes Team, check out all those great Google reviews, and then visit them at homesforsaleinkc.com. That's homesforsaleinkc.com, and start packing.
We hear a lot from our patients after we've successfully treated their erectile dysfunction. But one thing we hear the most is, why didn't I get treated sooner? This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you're suffering with ED and all the emotional and relationship problems it causes, don't wait. Call us today. ED is simply a medical condition like any other, and for most men, it's fully treatable, which means you can get your sex life back. And I'm not talking about sex that's just okay, by the way. I'm talking about good sex with the ability to enjoy intimacy without the anxiety that affects so many men who have ED. In fact, you might find you're performing like you haven't in years. At Heartland Men's Health, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated thousands of men with protocols that are successful in well over 90% of cases. And we have a variety of treatments and treatment combinations so you can get the one that's right for you. So stop waiting and call us. Your first visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Hey, football fans, kick the excitement into overtime with a Pro Football No Sweat Token, courtesy of BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Log into your BetMGM account today to receive your Pro Football No Sweat Token. Then apply the token to your next pro football wager. If your bet loses, you'll receive your wager back as bonus bets. That's right. Even if your bet doesn't make it across the goal line, you'll receive your wager back as bonus bets. Bet with confidence all season long with BetMGM. Your home for the best pro football action and much more. Log in today to get your BetMGM Pro Football No Sweat Token. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Chiefs coverage brought to you by Andy's Frozen Custard. Visit eatandys.com to find the location nearest you. Top your day with a smile.
Let me tell you about my good friend Andy from Andy's Frozen Custard. He's from Kansas City, never misses a game, and serves the world's finest frozen custard. Tailgate with a pick six, or grab a freshly made custom treat before or after a game. And tell him Mitch and Andy sent you.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Renner Garage Door, RENNER, forward and back. On the Kansas side, new trouble with an accident. 435 westbound is sluggish. There's a problem at Lamar, blocking the right lane. Checking it out on the Cordell and Cordell traffic cameras. Your delays stretch up very heavily back across the state line, building beyond Warnell quickly. Whether you need a new Smart LiftMaster opener, service, repair, or brand new garage door, Renner Garage Door has you covered. Locally owned, top rated. RENNER, forward and back. RennerDoor.com. Touchdown Renner. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Listen to the Chiefs and Saints game on Monday Night Football with pregame starting at 4. Kickoff just after 7 with Mitch, Danon, and Clean. Right here on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM. HD1 and HD2 Kansas City. An Odyssey sports station.
Hate it or love it, we're back at 8 o'clock here on 96.5 The Fan, where you love all things Kansas City sports, because it is your home for Kansas City sports, the Royals. Boy, I'm getting there. I got the parlay getting built. So far, I've got Cole Reagan's over 5.5 strikeouts, Bobby Witt Jr. over 1.5 bases, and Royals money line. It's sitting at a 480 plus side, a 480. So
say it again. What do you have?
Reagan's over 5.5 strikeouts.
Okay. Love it.
Bobby Witt Jr. over 1.5 bases total.
That feels like a given.
Yeah. I mean, double, you're in.
Yeah, or
And then-
single and steal second.
Yeah.
You know.
No, it's got to be a hit or it's like total bases. So home run, double, single,
Oh,
triple.
stealing bases doesn't count as
No,
a base.
Don't believe so.
Oh,
Has to be
really?
off a hit, yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be off of a hit. And then Royals money line. Right now it's plus 480. I just added Corbin Burns 5.5 strikeouts. It moved it to 1,300.
Yeah, I
So-
have him at 6, I think, right now. Yep, 6+.
Yeah, so if I take that off, I take Corbin Burns off, plus 480, Royals money line, over 1.5 total bases for Bobby Witt Jr. and over 5.5 strikeouts for Cole Reagans. Feel free to check us out. You can see my parlay on camera if you go to the Fescoe and Dusty page on YouTube. Like it, subscribe. We get 100 subscribers today. We get free lunch from the boss.
So why not add the Corbin Burns and get that up the plate? Like the way people strike out in baseball today, like that seems like it's going to happen, right? Like everybody strikes out 17 times and nobody cares in baseball anymore. Add it in there. Get some good odds.
I mean,
which one are you least comfortable with of all of those in the parlay? Like, which is the one you're like,
probably the Reagan strikeouts.
Yeah, okay. That's what I would go to. And
Just because I feel like, I mean, I don't feel like it, but sometimes he'll just like kind of pitch to contact so he can kind of keep the arm healthy for not like, but again.
nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
And then I don't think Baltimore strikes out a whole lot, but I could be wrong. I haven't really looked into that.
Yeah.
I don't know like where they stand on that because they have such good hitting. But again, I like strikeout numbers in game 1 of a playoff game just because of the fact that it's like everyone's nerves are up and everything like that.
Right.
But there is a chance to see Seinfeld.
There is. Yeah. How about that? January 18th, him and Jim Gaffigan are coming to T-Mobile Center. Tickets on sale now at AXS.com. When you hear the Seinfeld sounder, be caller number 7 to 913-586-7965. Can you play that sounder so the people can hear what that sounds like? When you hear that Seinfeld sounder, be caller number 7, 913-586-7965, and you will win a pair of tickets to go see Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan at T-Mobile Center on January 18th. You can get your tickets now at AXS.com.
There you go. Baltimore did strike out 8 times the last time they played.
The last time they played or the last time they played the Royals?
The last time they played.
They strike out an average of 8.4 times per game, which ranks 13th in the MLB.
So yeah, Reagan's get 5.5.
Hang on a second. That's middle of the pack.
Yeah. That's right.
It's crazy.
Jeez. I mean,
it's crazy. Man.
People think a strikeout these days in baseball, like that's a 1 pure at bat or whatever the nonsense they gobbledygook. The strikeout is the worst thing that you can do. It is the worst thing you can do, and nobody seems to think it's that big a deal anymore. 8.5 strikeouts a game is middle of the pack. What's number 1?
Let me look it up.
Probably like 15.
I mean, like seriously, I'd like to see like now. I would bet number 1's probably under 10. But still, I mean, that's a lot of damn strikeouts, Dusty. When you think about a third of your outs are coming via the strikeout, if you're around 9 or 10 strikeouts per game, that's a lot of damn strikeouts. That's a lot of boringness that's going on right now. Put the damn ball in play and make somebody make a play, because when you put the ball in play, there's a chance that somebody makes a mistake, as we saw with Lucas Duda back in 2015. Put the ball in play. Duda. Yeah. He lived in an RV at the Walmart parking lot.
Did he really?
Yeah, at least that's what we believed.
Seattle sits at 30th, 10 strikeouts.
10 strikeouts a game. So more than a third of the outs that are made in a game by Seattle are coming via the strikeout. And they were alive like into the last weekend of the season for the postseason.
They strike out people and they strike out themselves.
Oh, boy. Where are the Royals on that list?
Oh, gosh.
Ooh, you guys want to guess?
No, I don't.
Okay,
no.
They're number 2.
Yeah.
7.17.
Good. Say they strike out a lot. Or they don't strike out a lot.
No, that's
good. They walk a lot.
Yeah. Number 1, the Padres, 6.65.
That's great.
All right.
Huge discrepancy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Royals are striking out 7 times 3, a little less than about a quarter of every at bat. At 1 out of every 4, they're striking out. The Baltimore Orioles, about 1 out of every 3 at bats they're striking out. Now, that's pathetic, man. I remember when guys used to be embarrassed about striking out.
You don't want that K next to your name.
No, especially the backwards one. Just look at that ball, go, oh, strike 3. Oh, well, get him next time.
Hit the greatest sounder in Fescoe history.
On the come.
One more time.
On the come.
That's it.
That's all we got, man.
Like nacho cheese Dorito. There's nothing else to it.
There's nothing else to it.
That smell, that taste, that first bite's going to be the same till the last chip in the bag, I promise you.
Unless they get stale.
On the come.
And then they're mushy and soft, and you don't want that. Nobody wants mushy and soft.
There's always another out.
You ever get Doritos wet, though? Like if you're by the pool, they're nasty.
Oh, yeah.
like
waterlogged
Doritos. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Everybody's had a wet Dorito.
Your fingers are wet and the cheese is
Yeah,
everywhere.
it's just a mess. You're wiping it on your swimsuit, and then there's orange in the pool, and you're like, I got to get out of here for the day.
Okay. On the come for me is as we keep it Royals related with because they have a really big playoff game today in Baltimore. Burns on deck show at 2:00 here on 96.5 The Fan.
He'll join us next.
That's right. On the come for me with this Royals team, the combination of Lynch and Bubic. I call that the combo meal in the bullpen. They've been great back to back. You get Lynch, who's revitalized his career, Bubic, who's pitching because he wants to prove everyone that he wants to be in the starting rotation next year on a very limited opportunity. There's what, maybe one spot available in next year's
Walker
bullpen?
could walk after this season.
But he really likes it here.
Yeah, but he really likes money, I'm sure, too,
Sure
right?
he does, and Sherman knows how to give that out.
We'll see. I hope he stays. It'd be great.
Brady Singer's an option that could be available.
I trade him in the offseason.
Right?
I trade him as quickly as I possibly can.
So, I mean, those guys may be pitching for a bigger role in next year's rotation, or maybe they found their new home, but I love that combo meal on the come of Lynch and Bubic in the bullpen.
I wouldn't mess with that, man.
I like it.
That could be your next HDH type of thing, right?
Hey,
like,
we didn't make it. Let's make it here.
Yeah, right. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you become, LBE, Lynch, Bubic, Urseg, and you move forward with LBE going forward, and you can lock down 7, 8, 9 and get these starters to do what they did.
I wish we had a BDE in that bullpen.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Could you imagine? The Royals finish every game with BDE. Damn right. Yeah. Dang it, dude. I mean, I bet if you called him Daniel instead of Lynch, Bubic, Daniel, and Urseg.
BDE. Yeah, you could do it. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
All right.
Anyways.
But I mean, you get that 7, 8, 9 locked down, and then your rotation doesn't have to have so much stress and pressure on itself. And neither do we. That's exactly right. Like you start well and you finish well, and obviously that's the goal of everybody.
Yeah.
For me on the come,
I think you should go last, Bob.
Okay.
I think you should go last. I think it makes more sense.
Okay.
I'm going to go Freddie Fermin on the come. We
He's
mentioned
been
him
bad
earlier.
lately, though.
I know. I think he's batting like 160 in September.
But see, I know you say that, and you're right. My eyes don't tell me that. I can't quit Freddie Fermin. I love watching that guy hit. I love it. I like his pants. I like the way he holds the bat. I like the confidence that he shows. I like his swing.
Didn't we talk about him a couple weeks ago? Like, that's a guy in a bar. You just wouldn't want
Freddie Fermin in a bar. Yeah, he's beating you up.
Yeah,
there's no question. Yeah, that guy is ripped and yoked, man.
And I think when you talk about Sherman, I think Fermin needs to be brought up. I mean, this is one of the better backup catchers, and it's really gotten this team defensively through a bind that not every team could just kind of have step in. Okay, we'll just have one of the better backup catchers in the league play a lot because they need him now, and they're going to need him offensively here. I think he has a big day. One of these two, I don't know, I feel it.
Let's see your talent.
Newly added.
Let's see your talent.
That's what I did during the break.
Let's see your talent.
I did that, and I did this too.
You're a brony.
That's it.
What the hell was that?
That's that little kid.
You're a brony.
He just keeps saying apparently.
You're a brony. Let's see your talent.
All right, Bob, on the come.
The Royals. I think everybody's sleeping on them. I really do, including the folks over in Baltimore this morning.
Well, KC counters with Cole Raggins.
Cole Raggins is pitching for the Royals today, according to our sister station in Baltimore.
Wasn't he like the 38th president?
That was Ronald Reagan.
Oh, okay.
Well, KC counters with Cole Raggins.
Got it.
His cousin, actually. Yeah.
Oh, he took down Gorbachev?
Yeah, he did. He took down the wall. Yeah. Take down these O's, Raggins.
Yeah. Raggins smash.
Yeah. Raggins.
Well, KC counters with Cole Raggins.
But
air traffic controllers hate me.
Well, KC counters with Cole Raggins.
Does that count as politics? I don't know.
I'm going with Raggins and the Royals. Let's go, baby. Like, I'm still waiting for somebody to tell me why the Royals aren't winning this series. And literally, even Ben McDonald, who had a farm, E-I-E-I-F-N-O's, Orioles color analyst on ESPN's broadcast day, even he's like, that's a good question. I don't know. Like, why aren't we favored? Why are we such an underdog? Why are the odds in Las Vegas so stacked against the Royals? Why are they 12th out of 12 teams in the playoff power rankings according to Yahoo? Like,
I don't know.
Either I am totally just clueless on this team or I'm dead on right. I don't know what it is, but I just think the Royals take this series, man. I don't think the Orioles, I don't want to say stand a chance. It's a 3-game series, but I just think the Royals are a better team. I just don't get why the Royals are such an underdog.
You think they're more talented?
I do.
Let's see your talent.
That's right. We'll see.
Well,
Josh
KC counters with Cole Raggins.
Yeah, we'll see.
Let's see your talent.
We'll see if Josh Verner's coming up on the other side. Bob Fescoe, Dusty like his Mac Moore. You're listening to 96.5, The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5, The Fan.
All right, my friends, week 4 of the NFL is officially over, and week 5, you know what? It is happening in just 2 days from now. Week 5 is officially here, and you can start with a chance for a big win on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. If you're new to FanDuel, you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. And then you can get started with the same game parlay for Thursday Night Football, Buccaneers at Falcons. How about Baker Mayfield over the passing yards, Drake London over the receiving yards, and Bijan Robinson with an anytime touchdown? Just visit FanDuel.com/610Bob to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL and of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
The Chiefs, Cardinals, Royals, Blues, and our 2 soccer teams, the Current and St. Louis City SC, are all endorsing Amendment 2. Here's why you should support it too. Right now, Missouri sports fans are taking their money and placing their bets in Kansas and Illinois. We're losing our money to other states, money that could be invested in our schools. Amendment 2 fixes that. By legalizing sports betting, Amendment 2 will generate over $100 million for Missouri schools over the next 5 years. And there's a strong constitutional guarantee ensuring the revenue from sports betting will go to education. Kansas and Illinois know sports betting is a winner for their fans and taxpayers. It's time for Missouri to get into the game. Amendment 2 means over $100 million for Missouri schools. Join the Chiefs, Cardinals, Royals, Blues, Current, and St. Louis City SC in supporting Amendment 2. Paid for by Winning for Missouri Education, Mike Pridmore, Treasurer.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, Purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Lee Summit, US 50 westbound heavy approaching Blackwell with an accident. On the Kansas side, 435 westbound is very slow. There's an accident at Lamar. Checking it out on the Cordell and Cordell traffic cameras. The right lane is blocked. A delays stretch all the way back over the state line into the Grandview Triangle. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan traffic.
Good hell. Did Roger Goodell get stung by a bee in the neck?
I don't know. Why is he on Good Morning Football? What are they doing? Talking about how much money they donated and all the charity stuff that they're doing? Like, why is he on Good Morning Football today? There's not much going on in the NFL.
I don't know. He needs to go see my people at Men's Health. Harlan Men's Health, Roger Goodell. They can help you out. Maybe get some low T there, buddy. You got a dart in your neck. It's pretty awesome.
I got a dart in my neck.
You're crazy.
Is there a dart in your neck, man?
By the way, in case you needed some more solidification. All right, maybe I was mean. That was just a bad angle from Roger. I don't know.
I was going to say, I don't think he looks bad at all.
Okay,
he looks good. He's got the shirt unbuttoned, the chest hair hanging out. He looks good.
He looks like he waxes it.
I got my back waxed right before our wedding. I'll never do that again.
I don't know where to go from that, so I'll go with this Royals stat from Nick Keppel from the Royals communication staff. Good morning, Kansas City. Best record in the postseason since 1985. The Royals, 30-15. How you doing? You want to take a guess at who has the next best record since 1985 in the playoffs?
Orioles.
Miami Marlins / Florida Marlins, and then the Philadelphia Phillies. That's because they were good in 80 and broke the Royals' hearts.
And what year did they win the series again? 8, 11, somewhere around there.
And this?
Right, they won it recently. 13, maybe?
Also, no surprise here, the Chiefs are at the top of the power rankings going into Week 5.
Wow.
Because they are undefeated. Only 2 undefeated teams now.
Yeah, Minnesota and Kansas City.
Super Bowl,
I like them.
Super Bowl preview?
Yeah, a little Super Bowl 4 rematch. Let's go.
Kevin O'Connell versus his lifelong hero, Andy Reid.
That'd be great. I think it's a great Super Bowl. I love it. I absolutely love the Vikings and Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
It'd be so hilarious to see how many people would be voting or rooting for Sam Darnold just so Mahomes didn't win a 3.
Everybody but Kansas and Missouri? Yeah.
Anybody but Mahomes. Sam Darnold? Yes.
Anybody.
Mac, I was interested to ask you this question today, and I know it's like off the cusp, but Sam Darnold, Jets quarterback, didn't do well, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There's another one, didn't do well, playing elsewhere.
Zach Wilson?
No, but that's the answer. That's the question I have.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm trying to think of the Jets quarterbacks that are no longer in New York, and now they're playing pretty well.
Oh, Mark Sanchez is playing well.
Geno Smith.
Vinny Testaverde.
Do you think there is a question to be asked that maybe Zach Wilson can be good, or do we just continue to put our Jets blinders on and think there's no way?
It's a good point.
Because Bo Nix got the job.
Yeah.
Right? Because he's in Denver. And it was close.
It was.
And Bo's 2-2.
Yeah.
Right?
I am pro guys need more time than they usually get.
Okay.
Not that they'll always get it,
I don't
but
disagree with you at all. I believe 50% of the quarterbacks that fail in the NFL are failed. They don't fail. They are failed by the organizations that they're put into.
Like Bryce Young showed me enough that I don't think it's going to work, even if it is in Carolina, and you can have the same narrative with Baker Mayfield.
Well, he's
and
had
Sam
multiple
Darnold.
head coaches now. So,
that's fair, but he's just not a big man.
No.
And I'm just wondering if Zach Wilson is one of those guys. It's like, if you saw Zach Wilson go to, like, I don't know, name a team.
Kansas City.
No, because he would be good because he's got
He would
Andy
be
Reid.
good, exactly.
Let's say he goes to Cleveland.
Yeah, no.
Right? Let's say he goes to Cleveland, who's got targets, who's got a good head coach, and can be an offensive, force if he played well. And he's not in New York, and he's not a backup. Do you think Zach Wilson can be a decent quarterback?
I don't think Cleveland's the right solution for him. I don't know what is. I think he needs to be around a
Say he went to
legitimate good
Atlanta.
head coach. Atlanta?
Instead of Kirk.
I think maybe. But I'm not ready to close the door on Zach Wilson, but I don't have it open all that.
Like you put him in New Orleans instead of Derek Carr. You think you make it work like Derek Carr can in New Orleans?
I'm like a Carr apologist at times. I kind of like him.
He plays
we've got Vern on the line, and I think he's got some breaking Royals news. I'm going to pot him up right now.
Okay.
Here he goes.
What do you got, Vern?
Tell the people what they need to know on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan.
Well, the Kansas City Royals, with a slight echo, Royals just tweeted out a picture of a Pasquatch's hands wrapped around a baseball bat with the Pasquatch necklace hanging off the neck. That's all it says. It has "Today in the Corner with the hands of a Pasquatch."
Oh, I'm looking at it right now, yeah.
A weapon.
Yeah.
A weapon that he's going to be ready to use today against Corbin Burns.
Okay, so what do we expect out of him? Because I know in baseball, Vern, you get an injury like this in May, you're in the gulag of the minors for like 12 weeks pulling on rubber cords on a fence to get your timing back. Like, what are we expecting out of Vinny?
Well, listen, October's not the time for realistic expectations, in my opinion. So if he's in there, I'm having somewhat of a football mentality. If you're in the lineup, I'm expecting the Pasquatch to show up. So, okay, if you don't want him in the 3 spot today, fine. But he's not dropping much further than 4th or 5th in the lineup. I expect quality at bats. Right? I mean, his eyes weren't hurt. His thumb was hurt. He should still be able to have a very good command of the strike zone. It's not as if the Royals are just going to throw him to Corbin Burns, throw him to the Wolves without him facing any sort of live pitching. We know he's faced Will Smith. We know he stood in there against Steven Cruz. I have to imagine there's a few others mixed in there. Obviously, the guy's feeling good. But even if he doesn't, put together that 2-hit day, he's still a guy that's seeing his name in the lineup when you show up today, if you're Michael Massey, if you're Hunter Renfroe, if you're MJ Melendez, it lifts, even if it's a slight amount, it lifts some of that burden off of your shoulders because now you can return to the form that this team was in for the first 5 months of the season, where it was, let me just follow the scoreboard. Let me just do my job and execute my game plan, because if we can flip this lineup back over and get it to that trio of Bobby, Vinny, and Salvi, they're going to come through with the big hit. They're going to drive somebody in. They're going to make sure that my execution of a bunt, of a base hit, of going the other way, they're going to make sure that my execution is rewarded, because you have 3 of the best RBI guys, 3 of the most clutch bats in the lineup, bang, 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 going up against Corbin Burns later on today.
Yeah, I just got a text from somebody in the know. He is officially in the lineup today. So that is the good news. It's not just the graphic anymore. Vinny is officially in the lineup today. And just to kind of follow that up, Vern, are you telling me minor league rehab stints are just a waste of everybody's time now?
Not at all. No,
Okay.
no. Timing is a very real thing, and it's going to be very difficult to go from staring at Will Smith's 88-mile-per-hour heater to the nasty cutter that Corbin Burns is bringing on a regular basis. Also, most big league hitters do not have the zone awareness and are not the hitters that Vinny Pasquantino is. It's not going to be easy. Obviously, it's not going to be easy. The guy's back from thumb surgery in less than 5 weeks. But it's not going to be easy to execute at a high level against a guy that just yesterday I voted for American League Pitcher of the Month in Corbin Burns. He's outstanding. Cole Reagans is outstanding. Man, can we start this game already,
So you said Cole Reagans. In Baltimore, this is what they're saying.
Well, KC counters with Cole Reagans.
So no respect for Mr. Raggins today on the mound in Baltimore. I guess I just don't understand. We had Ben McDonald on earlier. He can't really explain it. Other people in baseball, and I talked to people at ESPN with baseball. I'm like, why are the Royals such a dog in this thing? Why are they the 12th team in a 12-team playoff race when it comes to power rankings? Like, what am I missing, Vern? This seems to me like it's a perfect setup for a Royal Series win.
Yes, I'll agree with you when it comes to the wild card series that I'm expecting the Royals to win. Not that I'll be angry or disappointed if they don't, but I certainly feel with the advantage that they have on the mound, with the return of Vinny Pasquantino, having the better defense and more team speed, I think the Royals can and will take the series. But the reason why is September, right? A bad September, the worst offense in Major League Baseball throughout the month of September. Also, not many boom bats in that lineup, right? The thing that I think worries most people about Baltimore is 1 through 7, 1 through 8 in that lineup are guys that can take you deep and change a game with one swing. You look at this Royals lineup, Bobby, Salvi, Vinny, but, MJ, Massey, and Renfroe, guys with power. Paul DeYoung, guys with power. It's, you're crossing your fingers. You don't expect it maybe the same way you would with a Ryan Mountcastle or Gunnar Henderson, Anthony Santander, Cedric Mullins. They have guys that have seasons of production under their belt. They have guys that have been to the postseason before. While with the Royals, the guys that you're banking on, the Melendez, the Michael Masseys, the lefty bats in that Camden Yards, listen, they could become the next Mike Moustakas, right? One swing of the bat and their whole career changes. But the reason why Baltimore is such a favorite in the series is A, they're at home, B, they've been here before, and C, been the better team for the better part of the past 6 months.
Okay, so let me jump in, though, and counter this, Vern, because I've watched enough postseason baseball over the years, and you see these big Yankee lineups with these big bats, and then they go in the postseason. Yep. That's why I look at offense, I'm like, I don't really get excited about big bats in the postseason. I get excited about pitching, and what the Royals can offer from a starting standpoint in the series gets me really excited.
What's that little dog barking at?
Yeah.
Oh, he's fired up for the game.
That's right. He just found out Vinny's playing.
And I think he just heard that they called him Raggins.
Yeah.
It's a pretty embarrassing look from Baltimore. But, Bob, yeah, you're right. Those Sheffield Giambi Yankees flailing against Justin Verlander back in the day.
fraud.
Yeah, 100%. But with now, I'm interested in your thoughts on this. But to me, the game has – I'm not going to say changed, but the pitching is just so good now.
Yes.
What we saw happen in 2015 with the bullpenning. Now, I don't think Baltimore's bullpen's all that good, to be quite honest with you, so I'm not worried about that. But moving forward, when you have a team like Cleveland that's, hey, starting pitcher, give us 4, and then we're just going to bring monsters out of the bullpen for 2 innings at a time, to think that you're going to be able to string together 2-3 base hits and have the type of rallies that maybe the Royals did back in 14 and 15, pretty difficult. What seems to work nowadays, yes, pitching, defense, team speed, but also having a few guys that can, hit that solo home run, because home runs seem to be a lot easier way to score runs than piecemealing together 3-4 base knocks in a row off of a guy like Corbin Burns. So when I look at the Royals lineup, a lot like Adolis Garcia was last year, like Jorge Soler was for that Braves team back in 2021. A guy that can just come through with the big hits, the big bomb on a consistent basis. Salvi, Bobby are obviously options, but everyone else in this lineup, to me, yes, you have power, again, in DeYoung and Renfroe, in Massey and Melendez, but it's few and far between. So I do think that the home run threats in Baltimore's lineup are the reason why, or one of many reasons why, you're going to be on the edge of your seat all day, because there's going to be no comfortable at bat. And for those that are about to experience October for the first time, the best way I can explain the anxiety is with the classic cliche of a walk is a rally.
Yeah,
right, a 2-out walk, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, here is our chance. We better capitalize on that.
We got speed. You get Bobby on. He steals second. He steals third. And, the running game, call me biased, man. Baltimore's cooked, man. Don't even show up.
Well, somewhat biased.
Wow.
But,
take it easy.
You know what I think this is going to come down to, and maybe this is just because of what happened in 2015 with Correa's error and Bautista's errant throw and Daniel Murphy booting the ball left and right in the World Series. What I believe this series will come down to, because Burns is a stud, Reagans is a stud, the bullpens both have above average arms in there that they'll likely ride in this game today and tomorrow. What I think it comes down to is who blinks first. Defensively, who blinks first? Who makes that errant throw to the wrong base that gives up an extra 90 feet to the opposition? Who doesn't turn that inning-ending double play and give the other team an extra out? To me, it's going to come down to defense, and that, Bob, is the reason why I'm with you. That, I think Baltimore should still show up, but yeah, I'm riding with the boys in blue today.
Dig it. So again, Vinny Pasquantino back with the Royals lineup. We can comfortably say that, I believe, is what we're thinking. Okay. How does that, kind of change maybe Baltimore's perspective, Vern? I mean, obviously you kind of alluded to it earlier where he might hit, differently because of his rehab and, coming back from the injury. But you got to think that's, in my opinion, that's got to give, Sal and Bobby a little bit of a boost of juice.
Well, if I'm Brandon Hyde, you got to prove it to me, Vinny.
Fair.
I'm not pitching to Bobby just because you showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I respect the 97 RBIs. I respect your numbers with runners in scoring position. You're a terrific hitter, but you haven't done anything in the show in a month. I'm coming at you, and I'm going in. Right? Corbin Burns is going to be throwing that cutter in on the hands. Yeah, well, you're throwing that cutter in on the hands pretty consistently against Vinny Pasquantino. Let's really test out the health of that thumb. So, no, I'm still not letting Bobby beat me. If Salvi, I don't want him to beat me. I can sleep well if I'm Brandon Hyde, if Vinny Pasquantino or anybody other than Bob or Sal get the best of me today.
Talking with Josh Vernier, our Royals insider here on 96.5 The Fan. And to me, Vern, obviously the pitching is a situation from a starting standpoint where I love the Royals. And really the bullpen over the last month has been pretty good. How do you see the matchup between the two bullpens today?
And the thing is, with the bullpen, for as much as maybe I want to dismiss what we've seen in September, for as much as some want to say, okay, yeah, they had a nice final month, but look at the season. They've been bad. It's a completely different bullpen, especially from the one that Baltimore saw back in April. A completely different bullpen. Lucas Erceg wasn't out there. Daniel Lynch, Chris Bubich wasn't out there. Angel Zerpa is a guy that I'll be very interested to see if he grabs that final spot in this bullpen. But, today, Cole Reagans, tomorrow, Seth Lugo, I'm still leaning on them. And Bob, I've heard you express the concern that Matt Quatrero would follow what his former manager in Kevin Cash did back in that World Series with Blake Snell pulling him out after a second time through the lineup. Yeah, Q dismissed that quickly, saying, no, there are no parameters, there are no limits when it comes to a guy like Cole Reagans. We're not yanking him after the second time through, which I don't know if we needed to hear him say that, but it's nice.
It's nice to hear. Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely. What about go ahead, Vern.
I'm still riding Reagans. I'm still riding Lugo. I have a lot of faith in Chris Bubich. I'm excited with what I saw from Angel Zerpa, but other than Lucas Erceg, I don't know if I want anybody other than Cole Reagans going at those lefty bats that we're going to see today in the Baltimore lineup.
So let's say it's a 2-2 game, and Dusty and I were talking about this earlier. It's a 2-2 game, sixth inning, second and third, one out. Are you bringing Erceg into that game in the sixth inning, or are you saving him for the ninth?
Second and third with one out.
Right. 2-2 game, sixth inning.
I have more follow-up questions because I'm a nerd. I'm wondering who's at the dish.
I don't know that answer,
Yeah, if it's a lefty, I'm certainly sticking with Cole Reagans. If first base is open, I might be walking him and bringing in a guy like John Schreiber to get a inning-ending double play. But without knowing all that, I'm sticking with Cole Reagans.
Okay.
Well, Vern, on deck show at 2 o'clock. What do you want to tell the people they can expect for a playoff Vern visit again?
I mean, it's playoff baseball. If you can't show up for this, I don't know what to tell you.
What's on Vern's agenda today before you get into this? Because it's been 9 years, Vern.
Yeah. Agenda is just consume as much 96.5 The Fan that I can. MLB Network I'm just tweaking until this game starts, to be quite honest with you.
How many cups of coffee so far this morning?
2.5.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So you're still going.
Don't even need it, but it's just so tasty.
But you're still going because
I
I do love me some French Vin, man. I tell you what. Speaking of Vin, Vinny Pasquantino looks like he's going to be at least on the roster.
Today,
So, we appreciate the time, and maybe we'll talk to you again tomorrow, and these boys will have a 1-0 lead against the Baltimore Orioles.
Yeah, I hope so. Thanks, guys.
You got it. You love you. Josh
you
Vernier.
love you? Did you just
That's right. I always sneak it in there.
Well, KC counters with Cole Reagans.
You hate to see it. How about that?
God, if they're going to play as good as I feel right now, this thing will be over in one game. They won't even need to play 2 and 3.
That Vinny Pasquantino gave you a shot in the arm?
No, it's just the starting pitching. I mean, Cole Reagans, man.
Let's see your talent.
That's right. Cole Reagans. If you disrespect a name in Kansas City, it seems to come back and bite you.
It really does. It really, really does.
Even if it was unintentional disrespect, somebody should have been like, oh, wait a minute, we got to cut that. That's not his name.
Right.
His name is Reagan's.
Like, that's the guy doing the update. That's where the host should. But I heard the host also say Raggins later on.
Oh, boy. Well, one team called it Burrowhead and found out how that happened for them. Now he's getting called Cole Raggins. So just hammer the over of 5.5 strikeouts.
Well, KC counters with Cole Raggins. Our postseason.
Let's see your talent.
That's right. Mac Morey, Bob Fescoe, Dusty Likens here. We go through a little bit of a morbid time in Kansas City history as we go back and look at some what could have happened that didn't happen because of choke jobs. Dusty Likens, Bob Fescoe, Mac Morey. Listen to 96.5 The Fan on your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, today's not the day you want to deal with arthritis pain. In fact, no day is a day you want to deal with arthritis pain. And you know what? You don't have to anymore because real lasting pain relief is possible with help from QC Kinetics. People here are getting their lives back, getting their mobility back, all thanks to QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cellular therapies that can revitalize your joints. And I'm talking about advanced regenerative medicine, using your own body's healing properties, highly concentrated and carefully placed in your achy joint. Back pain, shoulder pain, knee pain. These are cutting-edge treatments that require no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. It's a quick in-office procedure that can get you moving again. And these protocols have been developed by medical professionals and under the leadership of Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a former orthopedic surgeon and pioneer in clinical regenerative medicine. Is arthritis pain keeping you down? Well, you don't have to do that anymore. The pain in your knees, your hips, your back, or your shoulders? Well, you owe it to yourself to learn more to get rid of all of that pain. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. 816-412-6299.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again ranked #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News & World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancers in a day than many see in their whole career. This unmatched depth of expertise, combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
When you have an expert financial partner invested in you, you can't help but feel like a star. Like the new graduate opening their first investment account, the small business owner proudly adding a new location, or the young couple buying their first home. At Community America, we're invested in helping members achieve financial peace of mind with products and services tailored to each stage of life. Member-owned, open to all. Community America Credit Union, invested in you.
The nightmare stories are all too common with home services companies. Shoddy workmanship, subpar materials, or everyone's favorite, getting halfway done with the job and taking a 2-month break. So, if you need to replace your windows, siding, or doors, you could spend hours online researching companies. Or you can start with the perfect company and call Thermo King. With over 25 years selling and installing energy-efficient windows, James Hardy siding, and the most beautiful entry doors available, Thermo King will make your home project hassle-free and easy. Their triple glass replacement windows will save you money on your energy bills. Their James Hardy siding will last decades. And their entry doors will make your guests say, "Holy cow!" Right now, you can save thousands on replacement windows, siding, or a new entryway door. Great financing plans are available to make paying for your project easy. Get the process started today. 888-KING-WIN or online at thermokingwindows.com.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Let's face it, nowadays most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, well, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
The only thing more satisfying than a crisp fall day is a crisp fall day inside your cozy, spotless home. Right now, shop Labor Day savings on select cleaning essentials and exclusive brands from the Home Depot. Plus, with fast free delivery, you don't have to worry about running out of your favorite cleaners, paper products, trash bags, and more. The Home Depot has everything you need to get ready for a fall refresh. Get your home crisp, clean, and ready for the season with the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Free delivery on over 2 million items subject to availability.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
The sport brought to you by Peters Clothiers. A problem at 435 on the Kansas side at Lamar, heading westbound. Is an accident in the right lane. As we check that on the Cordell and Cordell traffic cameras, the delays are extensive, stretching back all the way across into the Grandview Triangle, and still building delays. This should be avoided. The best of the best event at Peters Clothiers is this Friday and Saturday only. Select from the best designers in the world, such as Samuelson, the best value in custom clothing, to cloth by Zana, the best fabric for sports coats. Come in to Peters Clothiers, 124th and State Line. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Back in blue. Max in his powder blue. You're in your royal blue, and I'm in my faded October hoodie from 2014 blue. Love it. 913-586-7965. This show brought to you by Rainer Garage Doors of Kansas City. LiftMaster's patented MyQ technology and is the #1 professionally installed garage door opener. Find them at RainerKC.com. Manager of the Royals, Matt Cotrero, will join us tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
That's right. Talk about a team being up 1-0 going for a sweep.
Put a cheese blanket on the Orioles.
That's right. Let's do it. You know Q wants to put a cheese blanket on Baltimore. I'll tell you what.
Maryland question. Would you rather have a crab cake or a lobster roll?
Lobster roll's more New England, and I would rather. Now, are you offering me a lobster roll with hot butter or with mayonnaise?
I don't know. Whatever you would order it as.
I'm gonna go with the lobster roll.
Lobster.
Yeah.
Crab cake though on a brioche bun.
Crab cake is good, but sometimes they use too much breading and it takes away from the crab. You got to find one that's like a 90-10 or a 95-5 split. If you put too much breading in there, you're cheaping me out of crab meat. And I will say crabs are overrated too. Like, don't go get the crabs with the hammer and beat them all up. You don't want to get crabs that way. You want the crab cake. The crab in the shell with the hammer and beating it, it sucks.
You're not supposed to get crabs that way.
You're not. You ever have crabs?
No.
No.
No,
They throw them on newspaper and you beat it with a mallet. It's like,
isn't that like a shrimp boil?
I'm not into peeling my own shrimp.
I love a shrimp boil. The sausage, corn, and potatoes.
You just went with the sausage, corn, but I'll do that. But like, it's out in the shell and it's got that vein and the poop track in it.
Deveined shrimp, or what do they call it?
Might get some oysters today at Jefferson's. That's what I might do.
Oysters are good. They're an aphrodisiac.
You know what that is, right?
I know that word.
It
but
makes
I'm
you horny.
You didn't know that? I think you're a 26-year-old man and you didn't know what aphrodisiac was?
I don't need to know what getting horny is. I have a word for it. I do it all the time.
Yeah. That's why you always take your first date to Jazz, a Louisiana kitchen.
Get them oysters. My wife loves oysters.
On a Tuesday.
Any night. Yeah, she doesn't care.
Like if the kids saw that you guys were eating oysters for dinner, that should be enough foreshadowing.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they got oysters again.
Scooters, go ride.
What'd you get us for Christmas this year? Santa brought you soundproof walls.
That's right.
And extra locks. What do you bring this for? Your health.
You'll need them. You'll need them later.
I don't know why we're doing this, but I guess we have to because we have to go back down memory lane. As we looked at this article on the Score Bet on Twitter, and it talks about the Braves choking that game away in true Atlanta fashion.
Was that not a great baseball game in Game 1 yesterday? The back and forth. I mean, that was exciting baseball,
I was on a golf course, so I didn't watch it. I'm just being honest.
Okay, that's fine.
My team's already in the playoffs, so I didn't need to worry about things.
It was fantastic, sport. Like if you're like a sports fan and you watched that game yesterday, it was back and forth. The Mets collapsed. The Mets took the lead. The Mets collapsed. Atlanta collapsed. Like, it was just a tremendously awesome baseball game to sit out there and watch. But the Braves choked it away, and they said, like in true Atlanta fashion, they have a picture of Matt Ryan on there blowing that 28-3 lead to the New England Patriots. So,
I remember that game very distinctly. I remember sitting at my buddy's house, literally on the edge of the couch, and it was 28-3 at halftime. And I said, if you all think this game is over, you're high. And there was a lot of high people there. I'm not going to lie to you.
Right, sure,
and they were like, what do you mean, man? I was like, I'm just saying.
Like, it's Tom Brady.
I was like, just wait. And all of a sudden, it was like, everybody like starts looking over me like, you have any other suggestions you want to give us at this moment? I was like, it's Tom Brady, man.
Yeah.
And now we're here with the Chiefs. And we bring this up because it's good to think about the past and where you're not at. Because I was just having a conversation with the boss about a topic I'm going to have in a little bit. And I'm interested to know the text line's response too, and yours as well about the Royals in this playoff run. But before we get into that, Mac has it in big, bold, black font. Biggest choke in KC sports history. And my response just says, where do I start?
Well, I quite honestly think the only team that's had choke jobs in the postseason has been the Chiefs. I don't think the Royals have ever choked in the postseason.
They almost did. The home run that Ventura gave up, but I don't think that's a wild card game.
That's not a choke job. Like, that's not a choke job.
I think it's all like Mizzou or KU or Chiefs base.
Yeah.
Right? Like Mizzou, it's obviously the tournament game against Norfolk State. Like that's just there. It sucks. Like they were the 3 seed. That was the best Mizzou team I think I'd ever seen.
Right.
Outside of when I was a kid, Anthony Peeler was hitting it from wherever he stood. And Paulo Lenny couldn't hit a free throw.
I mean, and KU's had theirs, the Bucknells, the Bradleys.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the years that, they've lost those games and, whatnot, Rhode Island and, Arizona. I mean, the list goes on and on.
Is there a Chiefs one, though, that, like, you'll never, ever let go?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. It's the Cincinnati game.
Really?
That's the biggest choke job I think we've ever seen in this city because you have Patrick Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, Chris Jones, Andy Reid, Travis Kelce. You've got the greatest of the great at home with a halftime lead. And you didn't win that football game. That to me is the biggest choke job I've ever seen.
That's tough.
I'll never forget that game.
Golly.
And like, look, we've won 2 Super Bowls since, so it's like it doesn't really sting, but you think like what could have been but then you peel back the onion and you don't know that you would have won 2 more in a row and all this kind of stuff. So you leave it where it is.
Championship game. You would have win 1 more.
No, I'm saying Super Bowls in a row. You don't know like how that would have affected the space-time continuum and all that. So where we stand right now, we're obviously in a great spot, but if we're talking about the biggest choke job, I've never seen a choke job bigger than Mahomes and company blowing that game to the Cincinnati Bengals.
God, because they were so good in that first half.
Oh, it was on fire in that first half.
I was sitting there going, we're going to another one.
And then that Applebee's guy showed up at halftime and screwed up everything.
I think that mine's got to be, my dad just sent me a reminder too because he knows it's coming. It's just the Lynn Elliott game.
But I don't know that if you want to talk about like
3 field goals.
Yeah, but that's on Marty Schottenheimer, that game.
They choked.
Yeah, Marty choked.
Yeah.
Marty choked big time. I mean,
but we remembered as the Lynn Elliott
as the Lynn Elliott game, right? Because nobody wants to say, "Oh, Marty choked." But you talk to players on that team, and Mark Collins was the first one who pointed it out to me. He goes, "We had a game plan in place, and Marty changes it on Friday." Like, changes the whole game plan. Everything we were going to do was thrown out the window, and he changed the entire game plan and started the wrong quarterback and all this. And we blame the kicker for all of this. Marty Schottenheimer spit the bit in that game.
Yeah, I mean, God, that game, man. That's the first sporting event I ever cried. First game I've ever cried at was that game because I was just, and I remember I got in trouble the next day at school because I went to the bathroom and I purposely missed the toilet. I said, "Call me Lynn Elliott," and some kid told on me that I peed on the floor and I got in trouble.
Yeah, but see, now you got to make somebody clean that up. I hope they made you clean it up.
I think I did.
Good.
I think the teacher did take me in there.
That
It was
is
like,
pretty funny.
Mr. Likens,
Yeah.
clean up your mess and then go see Mr. Barnhart. I was like, all right.
Another Colts game like 20 years later, pretty bad too.
Yeah, that 38. I mean, that
28-0 or whatever.
That one was as bad as it gets because Danny and me and Carrington were there, and we had to drive back in a snowstorm, and Henry was doing post game and never watched the game, and Danny was screaming at him on the radio. I mean, like it was.
That game was tough because not only that, but I remember the weather. It was like sleeting. It was terrible outside.
We had to sleep in Columbia, Missouri that night.
Donnie
you
Avery.
know it's bad when I'm stopping in that hole.
What, Columbia?
Yeah.
Oh, I love Columbia. What?
Upper deck toilets in Columbia.
What?
Worst place on earth.
I love
I wouldn't spend a dime in Columbia.
Oh, I love Columbia.
Drive right through Columbia and get to the other side as fast as you possibly can. Gives you a rash.
Oh, I gotta disagree.
That's fine. You're a Missouri homer, so Columbia sucks. I wouldn't wish that town on anyone.
Big fan. Big fan. Love Columbia. Shout out to Columbia. I guess. I don't know. I've had a lot of fun there. A lot of
multiple
fun.
good times. Yeah.
I caught a rash there once.
That's on you, man.
That was the Super 8.
Yeah. Well, they left the light on for you. Tombo Dad here for you. Yeah. A lot of people say the no touchdown game. He just and then
the no touchdown game.
18-16 against the Steelers.
Against the Steelers.
Oh, that one.
Remember the terrible weather that was coming in that night?
They moved the game and the weather never came.
I went to that game and I went to the Tennessee Titans game and I told the boss after that, I said, "Don't let me get another credential to a playoff game." He said, "Fair." I was like, "All right." I was like, "I don't know if it's me or not," because I was at that game. In fact, I was sitting in the Tennessee game. I was sitting next to Brad Fanning. And when when Mariota threw the ball off Revis's face and caught it and scored, I said, "The game's over."
Game's over.
He goes, "Come on!" And I said, "I'm sorry, dude. I was here last year against Pittsburgh. I'm here this year against Tennessee. I've seen this too many times in my life."
Yeah, that was a bad one. That was a horrible call on DJ. I mean, one of the worst calls I think I've ever seen.
Between that call and the Chris Jones roughing the passer call on Derek Carr, that was a sack strip fumble. Those are the two worst calls to me in Chiefs history.
Yeah. I just think when I look at choke jobs, the 28-point game in Indianapolis, you could look at that obviously as a choke job. You're up 28 points in that one. You got to find a way to win
and
that
Donnie
game.
Avery finally arrived, man. He threw that over the middle, caught that pass, and then butt fumble. And
it was just, I mean, the fumble that bounced
butt
right
shove,
back to
Andrew Luck
and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the talent on that team wasn't nearly as good as the one that lost to the Bengals at home with a halftime lead, though. So,
I mean, the talent of that Bengals team was much superior to the talent of that Colts team.
Sure,
you know what I mean?
So what was?
Let's see your talent.
Oh,
man.
But hey, then you beat Andrew Luck with Patrick Mahomes. He's like, you know what? Actually,
I'm retiring.
Alex Smith was cool to go against, not this dude. I'm out, man. I'm not playing against that guy for the next 10 years of my career if he had
out of this right
no doubt
now,
about it.
So.
I don't know. You ready to put a futures bet on Chris Jones to be Defensive Player of the Year, by the way, as we talk about prop bets?
How could you not at this point in time, right? He's got to be your favorite.
Myles Garrett's not going to be in there.
No,
TJ Watt's still playing football, though, and he's not hurt yet.
Well, there's TJ that,
You know?
And he will get hurt at some point because he's a Watt.
And he just plays like he plays defensive end like Isaiah Pacheco plays running back.
Right.
Like he just plays possessed.
And everybody in Dallas is hurt. You know, Micah Parsons is probably out at least 2 weeks right now, right?
I think they do NFC and AFC, right? Or they
no, it's
just all year.
Defensive Player of the Year,
just like MVP. Yeah.
You know who might get it? The guy that played last night, Aiden Hutchinson. That guy's
legit.
Seriously. With those Lions uniforms on, his attributes went up to like 99 overall.
Mm-hmm.
That guy's scary.
Yeah.
That guy's good.
Yeah, he is really good.
But he ain't Chris Jones.
No, he's not. And TJ Watt is really good. TJ Watt's probably going to, unless TJ Watt gets some injury that knocks him out for half the season, he's got to be your odds-on favorite to win this thing. But, man, Chris Jones, the way that he played on Sunday, if he continues to dominate like that, nobody's moving the ball against this team. They might as well not show up either.
He gets double-teamed way more than TJ. That would be the argument. And still pressures the quarterback.
I also wish they'd put pressures into that stat. Because normally it's like sacks or turnovers, and they just like ignore pressures. Like, how many of those pressures alluded to turnovers or alluded to somebody else getting the sack?
Yeah.
Like, how many times has Carl Loftus been like, "Thanks, 95, appreciate that"?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Or 95 has thanked him for, doing some stuff. I think it's easier, obviously, to focus on a double team when you're on that interior, too. Playing on the outside, you can line up outside, don't have to worry as much about that double team. So I think sometimes Chris Jones is triple team, too. I mean, you get that running back sometimes that comes up and cleans him out of the hole.
No doubt about it. Anyways, coming up next, we do our Start Bench Cut segment that we do every Tuesday at 9 o'clock here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Fescoe and Dusty.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you what, my friends over at Manning Roofing were there when we needed them the most. And that's, of course, when a storm came through about 2 years ago and damaged our roof. I called my friend Jimmy at Manning Roofing, and I said, hey, get on out here and check out our roof. He goes, I'll be out there today. That's the storm damage assessment. You call Manning Roofing, they're out there giving you everything you need. That day, they're telling you what you need done with your roof, how they can fix it, and how they can help. And Manning is a true general contractor, so you never have to worry about going to other places to get a window bid or a siding bid or a gutter bid or anything like that. Manning handles it all. That's the beauty of being a true general contractor. And folks have been at Manning for a very long time, 5 years or more. Everybody's been together on the same crews working, and that's because the company is awesome. And when you're working with a company that loves their employees and their employees love the company, you know you're going to get amazing customer service. Manning will have somebody on site the entire time to let you know where that process is. And with Manning Roofing, they've done thousands of jobs in Kansas City and have never once been rejected by an insurance company. So even if you didn't use Manning and you're having some insurance issues, get in touch with Manning today. You can set up a free appointment at manninggc.com or give them a call at 816-448-8208. Manning is my one-stop shop for roofs, gutters, siding, and windows. The choice is simple. It's Manning Roofing.
Your attention is precious. Pulled in a million directions for a million different reasons. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City works hard to make sure your health insurance isn't one of the many things distracting you from what's important. By making healthcare easier to navigate, we help keep your focus on the moments that matter most. Like dinner with loved ones. Letting you focus on you. That's the benefit of Blue. Learn more at BlueKC.com.
Hey, football fans, kick the excitement into overtime with a Pro Football No Sweat Token, courtesy of BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Log into your BetMGM account today to receive your Pro Football No Sweat Token. Then apply the token to your next pro football wager. If your bet loses, you'll receive your wager back as bonus bets. That's right. Even if your bet doesn't make it across the goal line, you'll receive your wager back as bonus bets. Bet with confidence all season long with BetMGM. Your home for the best pro football action and much more. Log in today to get your BetMGM Pro Football No Sweat Token. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
I'm Mitch Holtis, voice of the Chiefs. Everyone develops cataracts naturally as they get older. When your vision is affected by cataracts, you should see my doctor, Dr. Steven Silverstein at Silverstein Eye Centers. Dr. Silverstein is a world-renowned cataract surgeon who performs life-changing laser-assisted cataract surgery with premium lens implants to correct your vision up close and far away. Trust my eye doctor, Dr. Steven Silverstein, Silverstein Eye Centers, 816-358-3600 to schedule an appointment.
The best of the best event at Peter's Clothiers is this Friday and Saturday only. Select from the best designers in the world, such as Samuelson, the best value in custom clothing. Also custom Zegna cloth, the best fabric for sports coats. Come in to Peter's Clothiers, 124th and State Line.
There's new Tropic Bowls in paradise at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Enjoy our new Bahama Mama Bowl, inspired by our fan fave smoothie flavor, serving pineapple, strawberry, and coconut. Or dig into 32 grams of protein with our new Peanut Butter Protein Crunch Bowl. It's traffic time.
Staples prints anything you need for your business, like banners, flyers, and signs. And Staples will beat any price quote. Plus now, print more, save more, up to $150 off your print purchase. Offer ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details or staples.com/price match for price match guarantee.
Chiefs coverage on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by award-winning Johnny's Barbecue in Olathe.
Football and barbecue fans, score big with Johnny's Barbecue tailgate packages. Whether you're hosting a home gate or a tailgate, Johnny's Barbecue has you covered. Check out our tailgate packages at johnny'sbbqkc.com. Located in Olathe and serving all of KC. Johnny's Barbecue. Taste the smoke.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Heading out of the Grandview Triangle, 435 westbound, very slow, and you stay heavy for the most part all the way on to the Kansas side to around Lamar with an accident that was blocking the right lane. Checking it out on the Cordell and Cordell traffic cameras, now off to the shoulder. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Burns on Deck show starts at 2. First pitch just after 3. All right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM HD1 and HD2. Kansas City. An Odyssey Sports Station.
We're where you want to be. Baseball with the Royals. If you want to be having a great time. You want to be loving the fun. You want to see all of the excitement. This is the place and we're the one. If you want to be yelling like crazy for the guys you love to see, come on out and join us. This is the place you want to be. We're where you want to be. Baseball with the Royals. We're where you want to be. Baseball with the Royals. If you want to see the best of the big leagues, you want to be loving the day. Come share the excitement of the stolen bases and double plays. This is where it happens. Come on and see. For the very best in baseball, this is the place you want to be. We're where you want to be. Baseball with the Royals.
That's where you want to be. 96.5 The Fan, baseball with the Royals. It ends quickly.
It does. Just a brief ending, or abrupt ending, I should say, with that. So there you have it. Baseball at 3 o'clock today, Vern at 2 o'clock, and the postseason roster has come out. And I said to you, I'd rather have the people who aren't on the roster than the list of who is on the roster, because it looks like everybody made the postseason roster. I don't think there's any surprises for anybody. You know, the big news is obviously Vinny Pasquantino, I was told, will be in the lineup today. He's on the postseason roster. You got Bubic, Long, Lynch, IV, Zerpa, Ursig, Lorenzen, Schreiber, Singer, all out in the bullpen. Reagans, Lugo, and Walker, your starters in this series. Perez, Witt, Vinny, Blanco, Isbell, MJ, Pham, Renfroe, DeYoung, Garcia, Gurriel, Frazier, Hampson, Massey, and Freddie Fermin. Like, I'm looking at, like, seemingly everybody made the roster, right? Is there any noticeable omissions on that? No?
I didn't see any.
I don't
think so.
I looked in the replies, and all I could see was just a bunch of people saying Vinny, 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 Vinny.
Okay, so nobody going, how come so-and-so didn't make the roster?
Not yet. Royals also announced, obviously, that Vinny Pasquantino is going to be back. He's on the roster. Bob says he's going to be in the lineup. And then also they announced the final players of the month, Bobby Witt Jr. and Lynch IV as your player and pitcher of the month in the month of September.
Yeah,
So,
Lynch IV deserves it, man. He pitched great.
damn right he does.
Yeah, he's pitched great. I'm excited to see what he can do in the postseason. I'm really excited to watch Cole Reagans today, though, Dusty. I mean, he's the guy.
Well, KC counters with Cole Reagans.
I'm so excited to see him go out there today and get that national stage, because I thought he probably should have pitched the All-Star game. It should have been the starter, but he didn't get that opportunity.
You were looking for notable names that did not make the postseason roster this go around. Alec Marsh, Carlos Hernandez, and Robbie Grossman all left off the roster. So
Marsh is the only one that I look at and go, okay.
So Marsh didn't make it. Brady Singer did make it, would be the way that I would look at that.
Yeah. I think you're right about that.
Because obviously Schreiber's going to be there. Waka, Zerpa's all going to make it. Lorenzen's on the roster, even though he left that one start. But yeah, it looks
But
like
he pitched again a couple of days later. So
yeah, no Alec Marsh, and Alex Gold is still tweeting in all white caps.
Yeah, why is Alex screaming at me on Twitter? He blamed an iPhone update, because I text him as his dad. I'm like, what do you got going on here, son?
He doesn't know. But we do it every Tuesday. Start Bench Cut. It is brought to you by Jay Southland Tow Service. Text line is also there for you. 913-586-7965 is when you start Bench Cut.
Here's Fescoe, Dusty, and Mac with this week's edition of Start Bench Cut.
We're keeping it Royals related, Mac, aren't we?
That's right, baby. It's all about the boys in blue today, and because of that, let's do a couple Start Bench Cuts with some Royals players. How about Singer, Bubic, and the aforementioned Lynch IV? Start Bench Cut, Bob.
I got to go with the player of the month to start, Lynch IV.
Yep, love it.
I'm going to bench Bubic, and I have no interest in Singer.
I figured.
Yeah, I would hotly trade him in the offseason. Trade him for Tyreek Hill right now.
Can he do anything to change that?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Sweet.
No, because I think his trade value is going to be decent enough this offseason.
To where you just would,
yeah, you need bats. You got some good pitching now.
Is Bubic still on a pitch count? Are we past that now? We know what his role is. So I think I start Lynch, I bench Bubic, and I cut Singer.
Same.
Yeah.
I always use the golf analogy for Brady Singer. He's the guy in the tee box. It's his first drive into the woods, and it's like, this round's over. It's like, hey, man, you still have 17 more holes to go, plus you can finish this one. You can still have a good round. It's not over because of one mishap. Singer just kind of seems like, I don't know if you can afford that in the playoffs.
Yeah, no,
right?
I'm with you.
We were talking his last start. It was an 0-2 count, 2-run homer to a 198 hitter. I'm like, you do that in the playoffs, man. It just you can't rally from that.
Like, what are you going to do if Brady Singer comes trotting in from the bullpen? Like, you're not going to feel good.
I'm going to have some, hopefully, the reverse psychology moment of when they put in Donovan Ventura in the sixth inning, and what was it? Brandon Moss hit that home run over the center field wall.
Yep. I think Brady Singer, in my opinion, only gets into a game in the postseason for mop-up role.
Or maybe it's the complete opposite, and this is one of those gut check reality moments where it's like, hey, I want to be a part of this. Like, I don't want to be an afterthought out of the bullpen. So, but I think we're all on the same page here where we start Lynch. Which who'd have thought?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
October 1st,
yeah.
You're going, man, I put Lynch out there any day of the week. He's earned it. He's a left-handed arm out of the bullpen that you love to see actually execute when he needs to. And I'm glad that he got that award. I'm glad that he's found it. And Jim Halpert from the office is a very vital person on this roster in the postseason. Moving on.
Yeah, I think Singer's just got to work on the mental midget aspect. Pete Rose, Barry Bonds, Mark McGwire. Now, I obviously couldn't watch these guys in their prime. I get to watch highlights, so I'm going to let you guys kind of go here.
Okay, so I came up with like three people that people in baseball hate for whatever reason, you know. I'm going to start Mark McGwire because I was in person, saw him hit a home run in '98, and it was one of the coolest things I've ever been to. He got me excited about baseball in a big way in the summer of '98. I was 21, so a lot of beer was involved, and it was just one of those memorable summers of watching. Back in the day when you watched every at bat, when there were 3 channels. So I'm going to start McGwire. I am benching Barry Bonds, and I have no interest in doing anything with Pete Rose. He bet on baseball, and I'm not into that, man. Like, it's one thing to bet on his team, bet on his team. Yeah. And I know somebody who played for him when he was the manager is like, this weird stuff with lineups would happen, and so-and-so was supposed to pitch, and at the last second he didn't, and stuff like that, and they were always wondering, like, what the hell's Pete doing? Well, now we know, so I'm cutting Pete. Now, I would lift the lifetime ban if I'm the commissioner because his lifetime's over.
Yeah. Somebody says they can't adjust the roster after the wildcard round.
Yes, they can.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely, they can. Each round, you can change the roster.
I'm starting Barry Bonds. The man got walked with the bases loaded.
That is true, yeah. He did,
he was intentionally walked, I think, one time 181 times intentionally.
Yeah.
I think maybe not that number high, but I know at one point he hit 370 and 48 home runs and never really gotten at bat because they just either walked him, and when he did get at bat, he had a home run or he got a double.
Did you ever see him play in person?
I did.
Okay, so he's one of, I want to say 4 players in the history of sports for me that I made it a point to go see from a visiting team. Right?
I went and saw him play. I got lucky enough and got dugout suites.
Nice.
So I got to see him larger than life standing on third base, and I could see the veins in his arms from where I was sitting. It was just like this. And I was like a guy in a dugout. I was on the edge just watching, and everybody's like, watch out for. I'm like, leave me alone. I'm zoned in here. I saw Nolan Ryan's last game in Kansas City.
That would be cool.
He got shelled. I saw Barry Bonds.
Don't you tell Nolan that. He'll beat you up right now.
That's fine. Hopefully he brought his leave or whatever he sponsors when he's throwing fastballs to his son in the backyard after raking the leaves. I saw Barry Bonds there, and then my dad and I made it a point to go watch Mark McGwire hit batting practice back in the old GA section, and he was hitting them where the Hall of Fame building is.
Yeah.
It was just a sight to see.
So yeah, McGuire's on that list for me. Bonds is on that list for me. Roger Clemens is on that list for me. What do they all have in common?
Steroids.
Yeah,
baseball was great.
And baseball was great. When Roger pitched for Houston in 2005, me and my man Jim Beeman, who had the tickets, I'm going to watch Roger pitch. Barry Bonds. I was at a golf tournament in Coffeyville. Left the golf tournament early to drive back to watch Barry Bonds on a Sunday afternoon at Kauffman Stadium. McGwire, I told you, saw him hit a home run at Busch Stadium in '98. And then the fourth one is Brett Favre. I got to see him on his last kind of go-round when he came to St. Louis one time.
He sent
and
you a
watched
picture?
him play. He did not, no.
He's good at sending pictures.
He really is. He's an expert at that.
Wears Crocs and a watch.
That's right.
But yeah, I would start Bonds, bench McGwire, cut Pete Rose.
Kane, Salvi, Raggins.
And so Raggins is on the list, huh? I took a player
That's a tough one.
I took a player from the 15 championship run,
Yep.
a current Royal, and one that was there for both. I'm starting Salvi.
For sure.
I'm starting Salvi.
God, the next two are tough.
The next two are very tough, but I'm going to give the nod to Raggins because you need a starting pitcher, you need starting pitching, and then I don't want to do it, but I would have to cut Lorenzo Cain, I think.
Oh, man.
No way.
Well, KC counters with Cole Raggins. I got to start Salvi, bench Cain, and cut Raggins.
Okay.
Unfortunately, because I know what those other two did in the playoffs.
True, that's a great point. And I was thinking about it from that standpoint
Salvador
as well.
Perez is the World Series MVP, and Lorenzo Cain was the ALCS MVP because nobody could get him out, and he did it against Baltimore.
Right.
And then Raggins, I just don't know yet. It's not unfair to him, just the fact that he hasn't started a playoff game, and I haven't seen it happen yet. But, God, Salvi in the playoffs just is a different animal, and Lorenzo Cain was, as Vern used to call him, the straw that stirred the drink.
Yeah, he was.
One of my favorite Royals ever. If this was no one other than Salvador or Bobby, I'd start Lorenzo.
A very impressive man. That's what I'll leave it at. Lorenzo Cain is a very impressive man. That is Fescoe. That is Mac. I'm Dusty Likens. Coming up on the other side, I think I have it figured out as to why the hype around this team isn't quite what it was in 14. Even the boss had to knock me down a peg to let me realize this. Coming up on the other side, we'll discuss what that is here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
We hear a lot from our patients after we've successfully treated their erectile dysfunction. But one thing we hear the most is, why didn't I get treated sooner? This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you're suffering with ED and all the emotional and relationship problems it causes, don't wait. Call us today. ED is simply a medical condition like any other. And for most men, it's fully treatable, which means you can get your sex life back. And I'm not talking about sex that's just okay, by the way. I'm talking about good sex with the ability to enjoy intimacy without the anxiety that affects so many men who have ED. In fact, you might find you're performing like you haven't in years. At Heartland Men's Health, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated thousands of men with protocols that are successful in well over 90% of cases. And we have a variety of treatments and treatment combinations so you can get the one that's right for you. So stop waiting and call us. Your first visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
NFL Week 5 is here, and you can start with a chance for a big win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New to FanDuel, you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Build out a quick same-game parlay for Thursday Night Football between the Bucs and the Falcons. Baker Mayfield, how about he goes over his passing yards? Drake London to go over his receiving, and Bijan Robinson to score a touchdown. Just visit FanDuel.com/Alex to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL and 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
The best of the best event at Peter's Clothiers is this Friday and Saturday only. Select from the best designers in the world, such as Samuelson, the best value in custom clothing. Also, custom Zegna cloth, the best fabric for sports coats. Come in to Peter's Clothiers, 124th and State Line.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Today, expect sunny skies with a high of 70.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Happy birthday to Jimmy Carter. He turned 100 years old after 19 months in hospice care.
I mean, that is just an unbelievable.
What's the bigger stat, that he's 100 or that he spent 19 months in hospice
19
care?
months in hospice, no
I thought
question.
normally you're like 9 days in hospice and it's
that,
over.
Yeah, I mean, it usually goes pretty quick once you're, in the hospice care. But my wife's friend's father was just taken out of hospice care, which, I guess, it could happen. You don't hear about it much, but 19 months in hospice and being 100, ooh.
Yeah, it is what it is. Still kicking.
I mean,
I
my
guess.
God, I don't know that I want to go that long.
You think he blew out his candles?
Probably. Yeah.
Could you imagine that being your last breath, is blowing out your 100th candle?
Oh, God.
That'd be a good way to go out.
And then nobody eating the cake because you blew all over it. Ugh. Birthday cakes are one of the filthiest things out there known to man. Get a separate cake, blow the candles out on a little cake, and let everybody else eat the cake without your germs on it.
Like a Costco cake, that buttercream frosting.
It's really good, right? But somebody on top of the cake going, and especially if it's a kid, and slobber, like, oh, God, birthday cakes. Ugh.
He's the boy in the bubble.
Ugh. It's true. I've told how many people I go to, like, want a piece of cake. Now your kid blew all over it. Like, nobody wants this.
That's why I always use I'll take the back corner.
Yeah. Why is that? Thought of it, right? Yeah. Like,
why do you want that piece? Just leave me alone.
Yeah. See that piece over there? No spit.
So I want to bring this up in case you missed it. Vinny Pasquantino he's going to be in the lineup today.
Right. That's what we're being told.
Projected to hit 4th.
He's on the roster.
That's right. On the roster, probably going to hit 4th. Back to your normal Tommy Pham, Bobby Witt, Salvador Perez, Vinny Pasquantino.
Makes your lineup a lot better, man. Gives you less of an opportunity to pitch around Bobby Witt Jr. now.
Gives you a shot it gave Bob a shot to the arm when he saw the news.
Yeah, it's good.
Vern broke that news with us. If you missed Vern, you can go back and listen to him. You can also listen to it again tomorrow. He'll be with us as he is riding this out with us as the cruise ship continues to go. So this morning, kind of got off my rocker a little bit. Was a little upset. It's fine. I've cooled down. That's normally what I do. But today's a day that you hear the promo, right? You can feel it in your plums. I have that feeling. A lot of people I don't feel like have it.
Mm-hmm.
And as the show goes on and my mind is crazy and spins through because I hear Bob's comments about, well, friends text me and none of them text me about the Royals. And, I don't see any merchandise. I don't see advertising. I don't see this.
I was reading two tweets this morning on my timeline. One person complaining nobody's wearing blue in the city today, and another person chimes in and goes, not one person at my office has Royals gear on. 3 o'clock game in the playoffs on a Tuesday? That's prime wearing your Royals gear to work, right?
And we all have ours on. You can see that on our YouTube page. If you go to 96.5 The Fan or The Fan 96.5, you can see it. Subscribe. We get 100 likes a day. We get free lunch from the boss. So help us help you.
100 subscriptions a day.
A day. And you can also see all of us at Jefferson's in Lenexa. Cody and Gold will be doing their show live from 10 to 2 there. Then we will all be there to watch the Royals take on the O's in the first game of the wild card for the American League Royals versus the American League Orioles. Hopefully it goes their way with Reagans or Ragans, however they're calling them on the mound.
Right.
Which is, hoping for the best for the boys in blue. But when I think about this team, and I think about maybe the feeling for it, my first original thought was, and I took it to a non-person of the show, wants to be a part of the show, Steven Spector. But I said...
Nobody wants him a part of this show, though.
I said, do you think the lackluster of buzz that maybe some people are getting, is because they're still connected to that 14-15 team?
I think there's a lot of that, yeah.
Like, they still love the Moose, Haas, Kane, Esky, those type of guys. Like, that's their team. Like, that's who they love, and that's who they want to be a part of. And he was like, well, I don't know if that's it. And I said, well, 13, you kind of had like a preempt to like this team is going to be something. Whereas last year, this team only won 56 games. And then this year, all of a sudden, it was like, whoa, they're actually playing competitive baseball. Whoa, this team might win the AL Central. Well, this team might definitely be a playoff team. Well, now they are. And like you said, you don't see a lot of buzz. You don't hear a lot of, buzz about this team. And I first thought it goes in my head is like, maybe people are still, connected to that team in 14 and 15. And then the boss looks at me and says, I think that's a little bit of it, but I think the majority of it is that during those runs of 14 and 15, this town had never seen winning.
Right.
And not only winning, but like championship style of winning. 30 years of nothing.
Nothing, yeah.
Right? Yeah, the Chiefs were good in the 90s and then broke your heart. We talked about the heartbreaks. That's why the show goes together full circle. Thanks for listening. And there were all those down years of like, is this the year for the Chiefs? Is this the year they get there? 97 against the Broncos, fall flat against Elway and the, would be the Super Bowl champions. The Chiefs were the 1 seed, 14-2 that year. Or maybe they were 13-3. Either way, I think they were 14-2. And this town had just always had its heart broke. And then the Royals win that wild card game in dramatic fashion. Then they sweep, and they're in the World Series, and everybody's behind it because nobody had that sort of feeling. And maybe that is what it is.
It's true.
And maybe we're kind of numb to the feeling of winning because of what this football team has been, right? 6 AFC championship games, 4 Super Bowls, 3 titles. Patrick Mahomes is the face of the biggest league in sports, and it's been 10 years, and baseball is going down as fast as the NFL is going up.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think there's a little bit of old connections, don't want to let it go from that Haas, Moose, HDH, Kane, Esky, Ned, that sort of team, as opposed that there is this new blood of new money fans that are the younger generation that is attached to Vinny Pasquantino, Bobby Witt Jr., Salvador Perez is the veteran captain that you still see, this pitching staff that you've never seen before in Kansas City like this. And I think it's a mixed bag of all of those things.
Well, I think there's one thing that, I've kind of been talking about for the last couple of weeks is that we've matured as a sports city, right? Think about where we were 10 years ago. As you mentioned, we weren't winning anything 10 years ago. So just getting in was great, and everybody was excited about that. As John Sherman has said, I'd like to see a wild card team. That's great. He may like to see the wild card team, but I think sports fans in Kansas City are like, call me when it's bigger. Like we've been spoiled. We have been spoiled by... We get into the playoffs in baseball, we're automatically in the World Series. Mm-hmm. We get into the playoffs in football, it's the AFC Championship game or it's the Super Bowl, right? I mean, that's kind of where we've been. And so anything less, we're kind of like, we've seen bigger, we've seen better. But I also think, too, part of me, as I've been thinking a lot about this, is like to where that interest level is. Power and Light is a big spot for people to gather and watch games. That's a private party today down at Power and Light in that main area. Like, you can't gather down there and watch the game today. It's a private event. I think that hurts a lot, right? People like to gather at P&L and watch that game. You can go to the bars down there if you want, but that inner circle, that living room, as they call it, That's a private party today. And I think that kind of turned a lot of people off. I think the TV situation is really huge in all of this with the Bally's app and all the nonsense that got involved with that. But I also believe that when you look at this team right now, people identified so much with Hosmer and Moose and Kane and Gordo and Salvi and all of those guys. They were in our living rooms every single night because they were accessible on TV. So you had that going for you. You saw those guys in the community constantly. Everybody felt like they were friends with all of those guys. That was the bond that team had. So I think a lot of us are trying to recreate the feels and the stories and everything that was 14 and 15 instead of just looking at it. We're 10 years older, 10 years more mature, and a lot has changed. A lot of people don't consume baseball like we did 10 years ago, right? They're not watching every pitch. They're not there every night. They're checking out highlights. I remember in 2014, one of the Royals vice presidents at the time told me his high school age son doesn't watch the games. I go, they're in the playoffs. He goes, yeah, kids his generation just don't watch the games. They just watch highlights on YouTube, and that's it. That's how they get their fix. So people aren't paying attention to the day-to-day of baseball anymore. People don't have time for the day-to-day of baseball like maybe we did 10 years ago. But now it's the postseason, and this is the time to get excited. But I think for a lot of people, they're like, I haven't been there all year. I haven't watched this all year, and it's going to be a little late to the party. I think if they get a home game and they win this series in Baltimore, then we may see more excitement. But I think there's a lot of just different factors. And as much as I love a 3 o'clock game, for a lot of people, school gets out at 3 o'clock, you're in the middle of work, and it's going to be hard to consume that game, especially when you're doing all of your after-school activities with your kids and stuff.
But if you're in your car, where can you hear all that activity?
Right here on 96.5 The Fan. Like, just tune in and you can listen to it all. Like, you mentioned the Astros game earlier, in Houston, in Game 4.
A lot of people pissed about that.
And I'll be honest with you, I was not watching that game on TV because I was picking up my kids. I was like, okay, I got to go get my kids at school. So I pull into the parking lot. Everybody's got the radio on. It was like 1955. You walk through the parking lot and everybody was listening to the game, but people were out doing other things because it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I distinctly remember it. And then going back over the bridge on Quivira over 435 is when the Royals took the lead. And I'm getting goosebumps. Everybody's honking their horn. People are fist pumping because driving over that same bridge, I heard Ryan go, well, if you dare to dream a little bit, now's the time to dream, the Royals. And I was crying. I'm like, I don't want this to be over. And, then it all kind of unfolded, but everybody was listening on the radio that day. So I just think it's different. And we can't want it to be 14 and 15 all over again. We got to let that go and accept this for the new era of which it is. And it's a sport right now in a town that's been dominated by Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs to no other end. And now here come the Royals, and you're like, oh, I haven't been here in a while. It's been about 10 years since I came to this party. And so maybe people are slowly coming to the party, and hopefully they do, because I think this team has a chance to make a nice little run.
I'm excited because
it's postseason baseball, man.
And I said this earlier, I think that the one thing that maybe some people need, and I don't know if I speak for everybody, but I think the one thing that some people might need is they need to see it to believe it.
That's right. And a lot of people didn't see baseball for the last couple of years.
Right. And I know that there's people that, came after me at the beginning of the show saying, well, some people have other things in life that are more important to purchase than a, $20 subscription to Bally Sports. That's fair. You have your, your budget list. You do what you got to do. Today the game's on ESPN2. And I think it's one of those things that's seeing is believing. And I think that when you finally put into perspective, like, hey, it's 3 o'clock, the Royals are about to start, everybody's kind of got this vibe like, oh, yeah, the Royals are playing it. It's like, yeah, it's kind of like, to me, like March Madness. Like, you get excited about it. Yeah, you get your bracket, you fill it out, but you get the buzz right when you start seeing the first game start to tip off. You're like, all right, now I'm in the mode for March football or March basketball.
Right.
I think that's kind of the same vibe today. I think, yes, the Royals are there. It's maybe not believable because they've been absolutely just poo-poo the last 9 years. And the team that plays in the same parking lot has been unquestionably the best team in the NFL for the last, 6 years?
Best team in sports. Best show in all of American sports.
Winning the ESPYs for best team, best male athlete, MVPs, Travis Kelce, all that,
I mean, then you throw in Taylor Swift into the mix. Like, I mean, the hype train is in full speed in Kansas City for the Chiefs.
Yeah, and I think that if you get into the mode today and you do watch this, and let's say that the Royals do win in dramatic fashion. Let's say it's bottom of the 8th, Bobby Witt Jr. or top of the 8th, Bobby Witt Jr. comes up, hits a 2-run bomb to put the Royals up 4-2, and then you get, Bubic and Irseg to finish out the game, and the Royals went 4-2. You go into Wednesday.
Now the excitement's really
I
there,
guarantee you, ain't nobody missing that interview with Matt Cotrero tomorrow, the Royals manager, on this show at 9 o'clock.
Right.
I guarantee you that. I guarantee you'll find out from the text line people dissecting the game inning by inning. Whereas today it's like, got my blue on. My buddy Robert, him and his son Owen, they have their Royals blue on. They're ready. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. I know that kid's excited. That's part of that new fandom of Royals. That, Bobby Wood Jr. Homer, he is. It's fine. Lean into that. And then there are some people that are still stuck on this other regime. Like, well, the 14 and 15 teams, they did it. They proved it.
Right.
They also gave you a year ahead of time to be like, there's a chance this team can be good.
You went in kind of with expectations in 14.
Whereas this team, the expectation for most of the city was, please just be competitive until July when the Royals start throwing footballs in St. Joe.
Yeah.
They exceeded that expectation. Now they're in the playoffs, and it's like, okay, I'm going in here with house money. I'm going to enjoy this. I'm going to have fun watching this, and I need to see it first before I really let my emotions go full force. And I'm unlike those people. This has been the slowest show we've done all year. I mean, not in a bad way. It's just that I know what's coming at 3 o'clock. I know what's coming at 2 o'clock. I'm going to be driving to Jefferson's. I'm going to get my wings. I'm going to get my fried pickles, a nice cold beer, and I'm going to be zoned in.
Right.
I cannot wait. I'm beyond excited.
I'm looking at some of the texts that are coming in on the text line right now. Somebody blaming the stadium thing. That has nothing to do with it. The baseball team's winning. People don't care about the stadium vote. They're not threatening to move and all that kind of stuff. Not one time have I heard John Sherman say he's moving. I've heard from people behind the scenes that there have been offers from other cities outside of Kansas City. That doesn't mean they're moving. John Sherman has never once said that they're moving. So stop saying that. That's a lie. That is a blatant fallacy. That is a cockamamie text that you're sending in. John Sherman has never cockamamie. John Sherman has never once said the team is moving. Not happening. Stop saying that. And some people are still mentioning the TV thing. You get the free, TV, you get the casual fan. That's why the NFL, if they ever went to a model where they were off of CBS, Fox, and NBC and ABC, that would be the death nail of the NFL. That would do the NFL in, because every game is still on TV. The casual fan has the opportunity to watch those games, on TV. And so I think when you start to look at, the way baseball has done things over the last 10 years versus the way that football is done, I think it really does ultimately, for my money, and this is what I believe, it comes back to the accessibility of this product on TV. Whether you want to believe that or not, or whether you disagree with that or not, at the end of the day, if you ask somebody to do something extra that they didn't have to do extra for in the past, they're kind of like, I'm out. And with the Royals not being good, I'm sure a lot of people just kind of went into the season, didn't even consider getting the Bally's app, didn't think about it. And then we get to September and they're winning. And they're like, maybe I'll check them out in the playoffs. Like, it's been a slow build. I would expect next year, now that's where you're going to see the excitement going in. Cockamamie
is an adjective that means something is ridiculous or far-fetched.
Yeah, I love it. I'll be
Never
adding
heard
that to
that
my
before?
lexicon.
No.
I mean, what did you learn today?
Cockamamie.
Then what was the other
Oh,
word?
yeah, aphrodisiac.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had to, you got to know that one.
I can't believe you didn't know
I was
that.
very surprised I didn't know that.
Is it
cockamamie
to go see if the Dolphins would trade Tyreek Hill to the Chiefs?
Not at all. Let's do it.
Okay. Why, Mac?
Got to make the phone call.
Why is it
whoa! Got to finish that
why
word,
is it
buddy.
Maybe because that's insane. No.
Cockamamie.
He makes way too much money. This team doesn't need to do that. This team can go find another weapon for way cheaper. Also,
what's your talent?
Also, for a guy who hasn't talked crap about the organization and been a total D-bag since he's left.
I mean,
you're right about that.
I mean, that's
that,
right,
but
right?
you know what? Kareem Hunt kicked off the team because he lied to ownership, and he's back now. This three-peat thing is so big, so important. I don't think they care who they bring back at this point in time.
Let me tell you something here. Let me talk to you. Yeah. There goes the headphones.
My friend Vip in Chicago, he's ready.
There you go.
Woo. Go Vip.
Vip.
I like that name.
He's got that almond skin. He's lucky.
He's lucky for a lot of reasons. He's a
That's fair.
retired doctor. He's not even 50. He doesn't even have plants.
Can we have him on the show about Rashee Rice? Because Dr. Chow's out here trying to tell
Vip,
us.
call in 913-586-7965. Get on the phone. We'll put you on the air.
I think as we wrap up this segment, as we pair it with Chiefs and Royals, I think the first title was for the city. I truly believe that.
The first title of the Chiefs or the Royals?
For the Chiefs. When
Okay.
they won the Super Bowl with Mahomes and everybody in
agree.
Tyreek, I think that was the city's title.
Yeah.
That was Kansas City. You have a reason to believe in this team, in this future, in this franchise. I think when they won the second one, that was kind of like a prove it to the team. Like, I think we're a team that can win these titles. I think we can do this, right? Losing to Tampa, coming back and, winning again. And then I think last year was kind of like
the Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce dynasty title. Like, we put this together, we built this, this is ours. I think the three-peat is a title for Veach, Donovan, and Clark.
Yeah.
I think this is an over our dead body. We're winning this title. It's not about, I mean, I get it. It's about the city, it's about the team, about the players and the coaches. But this is like an upper executive title win.
This is a legacy championship.
Because it's like you said, when you go back and you think about those Dallas teams that won, the 3 and 4 years, you remember Aikman, Smith, and Irvin as a, looking in, right? You look at it, right? Like that's what it is. And
a lot of people texting in first one was Andy's already.
And that's fair.
Yeah.
I agree.
And the thing about this is that you don't hear a lot about Brett Veach or Mark Donovan or Clark Hunt being like, you know what, this is, we want like when I did the red carpet interviews, all three of those guys, minus Andy Reid, didn't really talk. But the other two were like, yeah, tonight's fun, but we're ready to get going for a three-peat. We're ready to get to St. Joe. We're ready to get going. We're ready to do this. This year has been a punch to the face with injuries. And you're going to find out if this take is true or not by how active they get in the trade deadline.
Well,
November 6th, by the way.
Yeah, which is the election day as well, which is really a bad day to have your trade deadline. But I think from my standpoint, I've been telling you guys about how important this three-peat has been since before we started training camp. Like, this is the number one goal for them. There's nothing else that anybody in that organization is talking about other than the three-peat. And it does become legacy because after this is all said and done, you win 3 in a row, 5-10 years from now when everybody's retired drinking scotch, nobody's sitting around going, yeah, I remember, the sausage, or I remember, steel, or all this kind of stuff. You're talking about in terms of the Kansas City Chiefs won 3 straight Super Bowls and became the first organization to do that. And that's not only legacy for Clark, that's going to be legacy for his dad and the Hunt family, and just
you're the greatest football team in the history of the sport.
In the history of the sport.
Yeah.
And it comes from the man who basically invented the NFL, coined the term the Super Bowl, went 50 years of being a doormat, and then finally ascended to the top, and not only got to the top, but kicked that effing door in and kicked everybody's ass.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't think anything is off the table when it comes to acquiring guys. And we saw it already with Kareem Hunt.
Right. A lot of people in the text line saying Tyreek Hill of the Chiefs is quite simply.
That's like horseradish.
Yes, right.
This is so right. That's right.
I mean, I would take him on the team. He's not really a tall guy, just simple.
Facile.
But he'd be a big help to this team.
Would you rather have him or Jalen Waddle?
Ooh.
Waddle.
Because my friend Jim's been texting me about Waddle.
If I could have one of the two.
Waddle's shorter, smaller contract, longer term, I think, younger player.
Younger.
And Tyreek is.
Facile.
But speed.
And you said he's 30 now, right?
He is 30.
He's 30.
Yeah.
He is 30.
Also, the Dolphins aren't going to do that.
No.
That's really what it's about.
I mean, they might need to draft a quarterback.
Yeah.
Maybe they get Shedeur Sanders.
They really do need a quarterback in Miami.
Carson Wentz for Tyreek Hill. Who says no?
What about Daniel Jones?
What about Zach Wilson? Maybe he's got new life somewhere else like other Jets quarterbacks in the past. Coming up on the other side, we do what we have to do. Get you ready for what is that game at 3 o'clock. Vern's on deck, show at 2. This is Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, football fans, kick the excitement into overtime with a Pro Football No Sweat Token, courtesy of BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Log into your BetMGM account today to receive your Pro Football No Sweat Token. Then apply the token to your next pro football wager. If your bet loses, you'll receive your wager back as bonus bets. That's right. Even if your bet doesn't make it across the goal line, you'll receive your wager back as bonus bets. Bet with confidence all season long with BetMGM. Your home for the best pro football action and much more. Log in today to get your BetMGM Pro Football No Sweat Token. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
The Chiefs, Cardinals, Royals, Blues, and our 2 soccer teams, the Current and St. Louis City SC, are all endorsing Amendment 2. Here's why you should support it too. Right now, Missouri sports fans are taking their money and placing their bets in Kansas and Illinois. We're losing our money to other states, money that could be invested in our schools. Amendment 2 fixes that. By legalizing sports betting, Amendment 2 will generate over $100 million for Missouri schools over the next 5 years. And there's a strong constitutional guarantee ensuring the revenue from sports betting will go to education. Kansas and Illinois know sports betting is a winner for their fans and taxpayers. It's time for Missouri to get into the game. Amendment 2 means over $100 million for Missouri schools. Join the Chiefs, Cardinals, Royals, Blues, Current, and St. Louis City SC in supporting Amendment 2. Paid for by Winning for Missouri Education, Mike Pridmore, Treasurer.
COVID-19 cases are on the rise, and peak flu season is almost here. Save time and get the updated COVID-19 vaccine and your flu shot at the same time at Hy-Vee. Schedule your updated COVID-19 vaccine and flu shot online today, or just stop by any Hy-Vee pharmacy whenever it's convenient for you. No appointment necessary. Plus, when you get your flu shot at Hy-Vee, earn a 20-cent fuel saver. Your Hy-Vee pharmacy is here to help you and your family stay healthy. Some restrictions apply.
Ready to take your business to the next level? In today's fast-paced marketing world, staying ahead isn't just an option, it's essential. That's where scale marketing comes in. We don't just help you compete, we make sure you win. Whether you're looking to grow, expand, or overcome stagnation, Scale Marketing is your performance marketing partner. We specialize in helping mid-sized B2C companies with teams of over 100 thrive. Scale Marketing is a full-service agency offering expertise in performance marketing across traditional and digital platforms, creative production, and data analytics. We treat your money like it's our own, ensuring every dollar is spent with purpose and every decision is driven by data. Our knowledgeable team stays ahead of the trends, crafting strategies that align with your business goals. Partnering with Scale Marketing means gaining a dedicated strategist and a team committed to your success. If you're ready to lead the market, visit scalemarketing.com today. That's scalemarketing.com.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
He's the fastest in the league. He steals the base, hitting home runs all over the place. It's Bobby Witt Jr. Every Kansas City fan knows his name, and you know the crowd goes wild when he's sliding to home base. It's Bobby Baseball. Get a free Bobby bobblehead on opening day. Bobby Baseball. Bobby's got a bobblehead coming your way. He's a shortstop and a bobblehead, and he's sliding to home base. It's Bobby Baseball.
See, that's a good trailer right there at the end, right? Yeah.
Bobby's got a bobblehead, and he's gonna beat the heck out of those.
Who do you think Pete Rose is betting with in heaven right now?
Good question.
Thank you.
Elvis?
Okay, that's a good. I was thinking like George Burns, Danny Aiello. I don't know why those two names came to mind right away.
You think he went to Dikembe? He was like, man, you cost me some money in those finals.
If I'm Dikembe, I'm like, dude, you couldn't wait another day? Like, everybody loves me and not a lot of people like you. I saw an article this morning that said Pete Rose was a great baseball player, but a horrible person. I'm like, well, sometimes those are the things you got to look at, right? You know, great athlete, not so great human being. The story that the guy from Bob Evans that called in to Ben Maller this morning saying that Pete Rose would come to the Bob Evans every day in Cincinnati and demanded free meals. Did you ever, I mean, you waited tables for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever have anybody who tried to pull that?
Amy? We had a guy that came in and thought that on top of his veteran discount, he should get free coffee. That was tough.
But it wasn't like a Pete Rose rolling in and thinking like, you know who I am, I deserve. It's Bob Evans, for God's sakes.
No, there's only two celebrity stories I had from the Jack Stack that I worked at in Lee Summit. Shout out to the Lee Summit Jack Stack. Was Shia LaBeouf was hitchhiking, and a family just picked him up, had no idea who he was.
What?
He got up. Yeah, he sat at table 11. Shout out to those people listening that know that table.
What do you mean he was hitchhiking?
He was just, I don't know how
legitimately on the street hitchhiking.
I don't know how to, he was doing it for like a movie role because he's a method actor, and he got picked up. Family brought him in. He got up to go to the bathroom, gave him his credit card, paid for the whole meal, and then just left. And the family never saw him again.
Wow. Oh my! So he ate with these people.
Mhm.
See, that's what I thought you meant. Like hitchhiking was a restaurant term where it's like some single just picked up a table and
Nah,
like
dude.
joined him.
He was on 470, and they were like, "Hey, do you want to ride? We're getting ready to go eat. You look like you might be able to eat something." Had no idea it was Shia LaBeouf.
The odds of you stopping for a hitchhiker, like I would never.
I wouldn't do it.
No, not a chance. Why was he here?
I don't know. He got picked up by this family. They sat at this table 11's like a little side booth. And he got up, went to the front, paid, left, never saw him again.
Never saw him again.
The other one was Dana White.
Did he leave a good tip?
I don't know. I think so. Dana White, this is a really cool story from him because a lot of people have opinions about Dana, which is fine. He merits those. He came in on a Sunday. There was like a UFC event, or there was like a minor league UFC event that was going on, I think, at the Cable Dahmer Arena, formerly Silverstein. And he came in on a Sunday. We closed at 8:30. Came in at 8 o'clock with 3 dudes. They had like a $250 tab. He came in. He's like, "I'm sorry, I know you guys close in 30 minutes," which nobody ever says that. And I don't know if anybody knew who he was. It was like the Sunday night crew.
So Tirico and Collinsworth.
So not a lot of big sports fans necessarily in that shift. And here comes Dana White and 3 like potential UFC fighters. And he's like, "Hey, I know you guys close in 30 minutes. We'll order fast. We'll just get a couple platters and do it." Pays for his meal and then goes to the server and gives her $500 cash and says, "Sorry to keep you later than normal, but here's $500 cash. Do what you will."
Damn. Now, when you get something like that,
I mean,
is that yours or do you have to split that with?
So normally the closing crew would be 1 plus 2 other team members. So $500 split between 3 people.
Okay.
But I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what, $220 a person?
No, it's like 170.
Yeah, 170.
Still
Sorry,
really
math.
good.
Yeah, 170.
Yeah.
So I mean, like, there's your night.
I would have
right
said,
there.
could you make it 6 so we each get 200? I mean, like.
I mean, you want to throw another hundo in there? No, you got it.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, sometimes people realize that, and then sometimes you get athletes that go in there and stiff you.
Because I feel like the richer you are, and this is just a generalization, so it's obviously got gray area. But it seems like the richer you are, the more famous you think you are, the more you want for nothing, and the worse you treat people at times. I'm not saying that's the case for everybody, but
And then Watson from the old number 5 says Dana White tipped to the band $500 in Westport once.
Nice.
Oh, that's cool.
All right.
So that's cool.
I appreciate people who do that.
What, nice things for other people?
Well, tipping,
Yeah, you just never
like,
know.
Giving somebody a good tip, like, you know how hard it is to work in the restaurant industry. You've been there. Take care of the people, man.
Yeah.
Don't be in there and to be demanding and
And I mean, if you
don't
get
be
like
a Karen.
if you get like bad service,
Well, that's one
That's
thing.
good. Yeah.
But it's got to be, for me, it's got to be like egregiously bad. Like,
So bad.
"Hi, welcome in." Like, "Oh, okay. Do you want me to leave you a medicinal card for like, your time?" But no, I mean, it's, you definitely have some good stories. You have some bad stories, restaurants, but you definitely have some people that come in and do that. Stuff like that. So that's always nice. In fact, Mike Vrabel, old story, throw it back. When they would play Sunday home games, like noon games, back in the day, when
yeah.
Vrabel was on the team, he would call Jack Stack and he'd be like, "Whatever wings you have left, I want them." Like, I would do that with Smokehouse to this day. Like, if it was like Sunday and I'm like, "Bob, I need wings. I need your connection." Like, but no, he would do that. He would call up and do all that. So,
Yeah, Tyreek Hill says infamous for not tipping. He did come in one time and a very bad tip.
Oh, I heard he stiffed a doctor in town.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he came in one time.
Like he wouldn't pay a doctor bill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's welcome him back, guys.
Well, we said you could be a good player, but not a great human.
No, all right, separate the art from
You
the
know,
artist. Absolutely.
you absolutely have to separate, that kind of stuff at times, right?
Yeah, I think Michael Jackson was a terrible human, but I still listen to Billie Jean and
Right.
Thriller and all that stuff.
I
right?
heard somebody having a conversation about that the other day. Like, is it okay to listen to like Michael Jackson? Or I was explaining to my daughter about, dun 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 dun, dun, hey, we're gonna be
Gary Glitter.
hell. Right? And Gary Glitter, like, we don't play that anymore.
Can't, like, after a certain amount of time, you can, like, buy the rights to something because you lose the rights after so many years?
Yeah, I think I want to say it's like maybe 100 years.
Is it 100 years?
Because isn't that when the mouse expired with Disney World and something like that? There was something recently. I think it's 100 years. Then it becomes public domain.
Yeah. Either way.
From the 432, speaking of celebrities at work, Savley came to my bank about a month ago. I got to help him with a wire. He promised me we'd be in the playoffs. He's just as nice in person as you think he is.
Yeah, you played wiffle ball with a bunch of kids in the Lee Summit
like-
neighborhood.
Oh, okay, great Salvi
Yes.
story.
In fact, I think Salvador
cool
Perez.
Salvi story.
I think Salvador Perez lives in a neighborhood in Lee Summit, and like people can like drive by and see his house, and it's like super like colorful, and like he's like I think when he was hurt one year, he was just like on his deck like cheering people on in the boats and all
that's
that kind of
cool.
stuff. So, yeah,
Yeah, he's awesome.
yeah. Vinny Pasquantino back with the boys in blue today. Pretty excited about that. That's the big shot in the arm this team needed because when he joined that team in Washington, they swept the Nationals.
That's right.
Now he gets to join the team in the lineup. Jet Passan said he expects him to hit fourth. He hit third all year for the Royals, so we'll see where he fits in that lineup. Again, I don't want him to put too much pressure on him. I don't think he needs to go in there and try to hit a grand slam his first at bat.
He is.
If he
though.
does, shots. I mean, probably Ubering home from Jefferson. Like if that happens. But no, I'm excited. I mean, what do you guys want to see today? You want to see Reagan's go shove?
I just want to see Reagan's deal.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's going to happen. I think this is going to be a pitcher's duel. Corbin Burns is pretty good. Cole Reagan's pretty good. Like, this has the feeling of a 2-1 type of game, man. Like, somebody's going to scratch out a run late, and it's going to be the Royals. Like, I like the eighth inning. Bobby leads off, gets on, steals second, steals third, sack fly, Salvi, 2-1 Royals, and they win the game. Like, that's how I envision this one. It's going to be a nail-biter. It's going to be one that we're, getting anxiety over throughout the game, but they find a way to win at the end. Like, I know we've talked to a lot of people today. Nobody has convinced me why Baltimore should win this series. Like, nobody has a convincing argument for why Baltimore will win this series.
Put money on it.
Right? I mean, I did. I put the Royals to win it all. So even Ben McDonald, who's their color analyst, joined us. He doesn't know why.
Honestly, guys, I'd be flipping a coin, to be honest with you, who wins this series. I am up in the air. Because I would tend to lean two things. Because of the way the Orioles finished and because they're playing at home, I would tend to lean towards the Orioles at home. And if it was Kansas City, I would probably say, if it was in Kansas City, I'd probably say that. I think home field advantage could matter here. But I think this game one, as you guys know, it's so important. And whoever wins game one is probably going to win this series. I just think it's that close between these two teams. So it'd probably be decided today, honestly. Whoever pulls it off in game one. And I'm a pitcher, obviously. I would love this pitching matchup between Reagans and Corbin Burns. This is going to be a big-time matchup. Two real dudes on the mound. It's going to be a lot of fun.
So even Ben McDonald couldn't convince me, or himself, as to why Baltimore wins this one.
Well, Major League Baseball just tweeted out its postseason picture. Bobby Wood Jr.'s in the very back with Bryce Harper and Aaron Judge, if that lets you know what they think about it. So that's right. So he's up there with the faces. Hey,
go spoil the party, Royals.
That's right. Cody and Gold coming up next. They have J.J. Piccolo at 10:30, Jake Eisenberg at 11:10, Josh Verner at 12:15. Go do nice things for somebody out there. You never know. Could change their day, week, month, or year. It's cool to care. Kansas City, stay kind, stay safe. Let's go, Royals!
You're listening to